Alrighty. How is everybody doing? Oh, I'm doing fine. Alright, well, we got the, got everything going. Cool. I'm also going to add this. Okay. Alrighty, so what do we got? So far, we have Georgia and what was it? Vermont and North Carolina is just reporting in now, so that's fun. Okay, give me a second. Then okay. And then give me 1 second. Election night's so much fun. It's a lot of rallying. There we go. Well, take a look at the bulwark. All right, cool. So let's bring my camera down. And bring BTC up.
Do not worry, none of the
chips or something. I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed. But here's the thing: how long did it take? Most people have been saying it's taking 5 to 10 minutes. Tell us.
Oh, we have an echo here. So
Yeah, no kidding, dude.
How long it took you to vote?
So I got off of work at 4:30. Drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours.
2
to fix your
hours?
address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much. Aaron, back to you.
I waited 5 minutes and I voted on the 22nd. So
okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about the little bit of echo there, but I just thought that was an interesting little video there that we had.
Hold on.
Maybe it's just an off.
All right, guys, I already.
Not you. Where's the Kornacki? Kornacki. All right, yeah. Let's calm that music down a little bit. Jeez. All right, now this is what I'm worried about. We got the Electoral College. Oh man. Now, granted, this is what 2020 looked like. It was very, very similar, but yeah, these early starts, they never go well for Democrats, it seems like. It's kind of consistent. But as I was saying, I think that it's specifically because polls tend to close earlier in these red states, it looks like. Which, what are you guys doing? That doesn't seem to make much sense. All right. Let's take a look at who's favored to win. That's still 50-49. That's nice. Presidential. Oh, man. So she just bottomed out. Yeah, because she was at 48.1 and then 48 point. Man. Okay, so do we even want to see the national polls? Because these are the ones we technically should be looking at, like Pennsylvania. She's up by 0.2 points. Now, mind you, these were all exit polls that I think they ended at 4 a.m. this morning. So, grain of salt, people. Grain of salt. I know. That's all polls. Like, my biggest problem with the polls this whole election cycle is the fact that nobody seems to have any conviction in what they're doing. They're just like, oh, we want to make sure that we're kind of 50-50 just in case. We don't want to call it for one person and miss because then nobody will trust us. Well, we're kind of already not trusting you just because you guys can't have an opinion. So, let's take a look at MSNBC. Kornacki, because I got them up right now. It hasn't really moved or anything like that, but do we have just any results? Let's try him.
Oh, this one's not so good. Let me see if we can look at Florida this way.
All right.
So, wow. Miami's 80% in and they went for Trump. Okay, if Miami's going for Trump,
yeah.
I
wasn't
mean,
one.
listen, guys, it's not looking good.
Yeah, I wasn't one of those optimists.
Very, very bad. Very, very, very bad.
Yeah.
And so it just doesn't. It seems out of reach. Okay, it seems very much out of reach.
We need to stop
Florida
that,
will
though.
likely go to Trump.
Yeah.
The question,
on.
of course, is.
I mean-
the question, of course, is. Does Trump having twice as big of a victory in Florida as he did last time mean anything about the rest of the country? And we just don't know the answer to that yet. We don't
Well,
know the
according to
answer
him,
that
no,
yet, but
because
maybe
the
we
Iowa
will
poll,
soon.
he was just like,
and we're
nope,
very
that
interested,
doesn't
very,
matter
very
at all.
interested in those,
Don't
Georgia
even
numbers
listen
as
to
they
it.
come in. Here's
Pay
an
no
analysis
mind.
of Florida.
And actually of the expected vote in now from Florida. And one place I want to look is Osceola County. This is one of 3 majority Hispanic counties in the state of Florida. It's an important place
Osceola.
for Democrats and also largely a Puerto Rican community. You heard Laura talk about, you guys have talked about that as well. Let's show how this compares to what's gone on in the past. We've got
I just realized that I was calling it Osceola County.
Harris right now with 76% of the expected vote in this county, up by just 1 point. That is definitely a decrease from what Biden got in this county and Clinton. Now,
Like I
there's
said.
still 24% of the vote left, but in this
All right.
heavily Puerto Rican county, this is probably a disappointment.
I'm not going to focus too much on Florida just because specifically, like, I was just saying, I don't know why we were playing that game where we thought that for some reason Florida was going to turn blue. The referendums, I have a feeling, are going to go in the blue direction. I have a feeling that legal marijuana is going to win, and I have a feeling that their abortion referendum is not going to pass. Just based on what exit polls were showing, that people were saying that they were voting for Trump, and that, but they were also voting in favor of the referendums. Minus the abortion one. Okay, so then... All right, when's PA close? Let's take a look. End vote. Oh. Polls close. There we go. Let's see. Today, yeah, I got 8 p.m. Okay, so 8 p.m. Eastern, so they should be closing any minute now. Cool. So once Pennsylvania starts coming in, we're gonna get a real clear, like a much clearer picture of what's going on, because I know that I'm not saying anything, out of pocket here, where they're only reporting red states right now. Yeah, Georgia is. I hate to say I'm a little disappointed, but not Maricopa. freaking Arizona. I forgot. DeKalb County? Is that? I don't know. I just remember one of those was the one. All right. All right. That's just nonsense. All right. Well, we got about 20 minutes before that comes in. That's kind of like what I'm waiting for, to be completely honest. Is there a way to mute this? I can mute it on my end, but I can't mute it on your end. I hate to say this. I do this as a living now, and I still can't really figure out how that works. Where did you see that the Senate was pretty much being called? It was 40. There were like 43, or no, there was 20 something seats here. Yeah, okay, we get it. Any good information? We need updated election information. Virginia. Virginia. There we go. 51%. Okay. Now, when do the electoral votes start changing? Not now. Damn it. Oh. Here. Let's take a look at here. Nope. You just changed the graphic, you sneaky people. What is this? This is not elections. What's that?
100,000 Republican primary voters voted against Trump in that race. And, you know, in Michigan, it was 250,000. So where do those people go? Are they in early vote or in election day vote? Are they going to actually go back to Trump? Or are they going to vote for Harris, or are they going to stay home? And those are not soft R's. There'll be some independents in there depending upon the rules. But those are Republican primary voters who said, with no opponent, everyone had withdrawn at that point in those states. They weren't voting for Donald Trump anyway, and they voted for Nikki Haley as a placeholder because she's the only one left. I want to see what happens in those states with those voters, because a lot of the assumptions that the Trump campaign is making on the early vote when they see Republicans is, oh, we're going to get 95, 96% of that. But if these numbers are an indication, they may have a lower number, and that will hurt them in those states.
That's a really interesting point from the governor. And Mary Bruce, we were talking about this Nikki Haley. She did endorse, obviously, Donald Trump. She wrote an op-ed just this week in the Wall Street Journal. But she wasn't out there on the trail. You saw the Madison Square Garden rally, for example. No Nikki Haley to be seen. And I'm sure the Harris campaign was likely glad that that happened, that Nikki Haley wasn't on the trail.
Yeah, they sure were, especially as they have been making a very aggressive push to reach out to those disillusioned, dissatisfied Republican voters, especially Republican women, who may simply not be able to tolerate the idea of a second Trump term. You have seen the Harris campaign, out there. She's been in every single key battleground in the blue wall states with Liz Cheney by her side, urging Republicans
I'm not sure if that would have made a huge difference with the voters that already were going to switch.
At winning over some of those Nikki Haley voters. And I think they were probably a little bit astounded that Donald Trump didn't take the opportunity to get Nikki Haley out there with them.
It really is a remarkable thing, John. We just got
that
2
was
minutes
kind
before
of
this
weird,
break,
but
to have Liz Cheney saying you can go into that booth. You don't have to tell anyone how you voted. Vote your conscience.
Megyn Kelly had a freak out about that. Here, let's take a look at that, because she, as much as I don't like her, she called it brotastic. Here we go. I'm not gonna watch the whole clip, but
I watched all of Trump's remarks, start to finish, and he did a great job. He made great points. He started with exactly the right question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And he went on from there. Just nailed it. All of his points. On message, entertaining, Great. Trump was not well served by those around him last night.
There we go.
It wasn't a Nazi rally. All that's nonsense. But I'm telling you, even for me, and I voted for Donald Trump last week, it was too brotastic. Okay? It was. You're trying to win an election in which you're hemorrhaging female voters. Maybe when you present in front of hundreds.
Yeah, but this actually should be a larger, what's the word I'm looking for? Take on the gender gap, because the brotastic guys that you're talking about, these are the ones that when you poll like women and they say like, are you interested in dating a Trump supporter? These are the guys that they're talking about. These are the guys that just immediately turn them off and are just like, nah, we're good, because of just how brotastic they are. One of my favorite things that came out during the summer was, it came from one of these dating sites where they were talking about this whole thing, but it was specifically Joe Rogan, where they're like, well, do you think it's an instant red flag if this person listens to Joe Rogan? They're like, yeah, I'm not interested. So it's kind of
thousands at least.
I think that bro culture is not as popular as people try to make it out to be.
At Madison Square Garden, you clean up the bro talk just a little so you don't alienate women in the middle of America who are already on the fence about Republicans. Do they have no women advising their campaign? Is there no actual woman sitting behind the scenes, coming up with a guest lineup and saying, let's just have a word with the guys who are going to be speaking about, this isn't the bar. This isn't their living room. This is a campaign. This is politics. We're trying to get him elected. We don't need to rally the base or guys anymore. And it's not helpful, even if we do want to rally the base or guys, to go full off-color insults to different racial groups and so on. I get it. Trust me, nothing that was said offended me. I'm almost unoffendable. But I understand how this plays, especially...
Really? She's claiming to be unoffendable?
...with women. And it was an effed up choice. They took what was an amazing celebration of Trump, exciting and well-attended and hugely enthusiastic, and gave themselves a big black eye. This isn't about the insane media, which did, of course, what the insane media is going to do. This is about them giving the insane media all these headlines that undermined the main man, Donald Trump, who did exactly what he should have last night.
Yeah, I was kind of saying that, just trying to be fair, where, you know, no matter what you think of the comedy, because, again, I'm still technically a fan of Kill Tony. Tony Hinchcliffe, he's a roast comic. He does, like, things just to get under people's skin. So I'll be honest, like, the way that he was going about it, where he was roasting the audience, I have said this already in some of my videos, but realistically, I thought he was trolling the audience, because he was just being so mask off with it, where it was like, I thought that was a commentary on what he thought about the audience, but, you know.
You effed up. Hopefully you'll do better in the closing week of the campaign. That's my take on it. Yeah. Joining me now.
Surprisingly nuanced.
And Liz Cheney has told me she thinks are already closed in 9 states.
Whoa.
They're about to close in 16 more states, including the pivotal state of Pennsylvania.
All right, here we go.
When election night 2024 continues
Pennsylvania.
on ABC.
Oh man. Oh man.
Deadpool and Wolverine streaming November 12th on Disney+.
Okay.
Watch
You
again.
can get free commercials. What are you doing here? Oh, maybe. I mean, Deadpool is cool. I'm not gonna say that I didn't like that. Let's take a look at some of these. Really? So these aren't gonna move? Okay. Useless. Oh, guys, I just figured out what's going on. Look, it went back to Bing. It went back to Bing. I just reset all of this. Oh, man. I hate Bing so much. I really do. All right, Bing. Days are over. Yeah. Done. Okay. Oh, hey, that's my thumbnail. All right. We got more polls. I don't want polls. Polls are dumb. Polls are done. We got actual tentative information that we need to watch. So, I don't know. Were you guys really worried about Florida? To be completely honest, because, you know, I could see some people thinking that Florida might go blue, but I didn't see it. I really didn't see it. Texas is the same thing. We keep having this like weird thing where no matter what election it is, they're just like, we can get Texas. And it's like, oh, okay. We should just be trying for, certain seats like they are with Ted Cruz. That's my biggest one. Like, is it bad that even if Trump wins, it's like, can Ted Cruz lose? Ugh. But let's hope that does not have to happen. Oh, guys. Hey, I just noticed something. Look, Jill Stein. She's got 0.3% of the vote. Go figure. Zero electoral. Wouldn't that be crazy if Jill Stein actually pulled like one electoral vote and I don't know. Is that how that works? Because I thought, so if if they were to get one, they would get them all, I think, right? And you know what? We're on stream. Let's research that. How does that work? Oh, hold on. Wait, we actually just got an update. Refresh. Oh, there it is. Oh, sorry. Oh, man. Okay, that's a good sign. Real good sign. Oh, boy. What is this? Oh, man. All right, so we got South Carolina. Okay, this actually kind of reinforces what I was saying at the beginning. It really does seem like just Republican states in general are like, nah, we're going to close early. Whereas, I mean, Democrats are just like, nah, okay. Wow. Okay. I'm going to calm down a little bit because this is very early, but wow, that's a jump. That's a big jump. 7:02, guys. We got a few more coming in. We got... Oh, she's got 56% in New Hampshire. Delaware's too close to call. Oh, by the way, this is how I'm getting around their little thing, because they have a stream block. So, there's if I know it's blurry, I did that on purpose. So, sorry if you guys can't see. I will do my best to read it out for you. All right, so 2790. Here we go. 54.8% in Georgia, 44.6%. Too early to call. 33. Oh, only 33% in. Okay, so that changes things a little bit. I was getting a little doomer, I'm not gonna lie. That was getting a little bad for me personally, because I mean, can I just make my prediction? He's gonna go based off this type of stuff. He's gonna go based off the early numbers, the early tallies, and he's gonna do what he did in 2020. He's gonna declare way sooner than he should. But that's I know, hot take here. Okay. Oh, hey. Hey, guys. Can you guys do me a favor and try and type something in my chat and see if it works? Because right now, it's saying that my chat's disabled. Which... I'm gonna assume it is. And welcome to live chat. There we go. Haha! Sorry. Totally did have it disabled. I'm dumb. Welcome to day one, guys. That was fun. Anyway. So this is a good sign, though. Was not expecting this. Was not expecting this at all. But it's still light blue. Still light blue. This is still light red. Indiana. Did we really just push away all these Republicans from Illinois into their state? Because I kind of feel like that's what we did. Because I do know a good amount of people that just moved to Indiana. You know, what's that town? Not the college town. Oh man, what is not Beloit. Oh my gosh. Never mind. South Bend. That's where they move. South Bend. Jeez. Ah, man. But hey, wait a minute. No, that is a college town. Yeah. Okay, so that kind of takes away from why the I was like, oh, so you guys are just moving to a college town to get away from or to kind of get that city vibe because you guys still want bars, and we're all damn near 40, so that's got to be a trip. Illinois, come on. I know that. Wait, when's Illinois close? When do polls close in IL? Man, they did not make this easy. They do that on purpose. Conspiracy time, guys. Conspiracy time. They did this on purpose. Indianapolis, nice. What's up? All right, well, Indianapolis, how can so is it just like everybody's a Republican there? Because from what I'm seeing here, holy cow, it really seems to lean that way. But then again, this is coming from a guy in a blue state, and I kind of feel the same way. Although, listen, this election, like right now, I'm not even kidding, because of just how I see it. Like, I live in a red area. We have so many Trump signs. It's kind of like, well, technically, I feel like it's possible that we could go red, but then, yeah, I just see the way that, everything is kind of set where we always include the city. It's that gerrymander thing, because that's why they have the snake districts. So, like, you can actually kind of see my district right here in these 3 little blocks. That's technically my district, going all the way from the lake. So I kind of found that interesting. But when you think about it, there's a good reason for that, because just playing devil's advocate here, I have a feeling that we are doing that to make sure, well, don't have a feeling, I know this. We're doing that specifically because we have rural areas. So like where I live specifically, we have like, I'm kind of on like this weird cusp of like where everything does turn rural. And anytime like I'm going to Lake Geneva or something like that, I have to pass through it. It's deep, deep red. You would swear you're going through Tennessee. So that's why I'm always kind of like, oh, well, maybe this could swing. But then when I look at my district and the fact that it is all the way by the lake, it explains so much where I'm like, oh, this is why it always remains blue, because we always keep like Evanston and, all these really deep blue areas. Yeah, so I don't know. I love where I live. I'll be completely honest. Yes, the taxes suck. I'm not gonna believe me. Actually, buddy from Indiana here. So, do you hear a lot about the Illinois taxes? Because I'm sure you do. My mom just recently moved to Tennessee, and she was talking and telling me about how anytime she meets somebody from Illinois, that's the first thing they talk about is how bad the taxes are, which I'm not going to pretend they're not. I hate when I got people on the left or some of my lefty friends that are just like, yeah, taxes, they're okay. It's like, no, they're not. My property taxes, they skyrocketed this year. But you know what? As I said, I kind of know what I'm getting with it, though. I hate to say it. Like, I do live in an area that has one of the best schools. I think they were rated like one of the top in the country as far as high schools. So there's that, But I also have a lot near me. So I think that there's also those types of things, because as I mentioned with my mom moving to Tennessee, she lives in a part of Tennessee where she has to drive pretty much 45 minutes just to hit a Costco. So I'm not looking to do that. But Indianapolis, you know what? I always have fun when I go to that city. I've seen a few bands there. You also got the Indy Fire, or the Indy Fuel. Indy Fire. Sorry, thinking of Chicago for a second. All right, back to politics. I really am curious about Indiana, though, because I would like to see, like, a split. But then again, it's probably pulled the same way, and... Man. Okay, this is going to sound ignorant as hell. I'm going to just admit it. For these states that don't really have a lot of big cities, how does this work? Because... Oh, what? Michigan? Michigan? Oh! What is happening? Why are the electoral votes changing? Are they just not coming in? 27 to 90? That's weird. Okay, so they have 27 to 90, and then we have 35 to 95. And this is from the Associated Press. I'm using probably the most up-to-date polling mechanism that we can get. Let's jump in on Vosh real quick.
Genuine question, are they simple? Are they cognitively impaired? Boss, schedule says we're doing a fire alarm check today. You want to go through with it? Yeah, go for it. We have like 4,000 people backed up around the school trying to vote. You still want to go for it? Yeah, sure.
Judge tells polling place to quit testing its fire alarms. Well, I know that the... so I had mentioned something about the cops going to a polling station in Pennsylvania. So apparently that came from Donald Trump, and that is misinformation. So go figure. We have a situation where I do know that... oh, wait. Sorry. We got another update. We got Illinois coming in. Come on. Come on, give it. It just shut down. Here, I'm gonna go to it here. Here we go. Illinois? No. Huh. Weird. Weird. Okay. Oh, sorry. So Vosh is not doing anything. Let's see BTC.
Shame left, and the reason we know they have no shame left, Brian, is that Donald Trump is their
Sorry,
candidate
guys.
in 2024, despite many of them having come out. Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, many of them have been coming out loudly against him on January the 7th, 2021, the morning after that insurrection. The Republican Party was done with him. They were, Ron DeSantis is going to be our candidate. Donald Trump is finished, but they wouldn't vote to convict him in the Senate during that impeachment trial and disqualify him from running again. And they all fell in behind him once he smashed DeSantis out of the park, which some of us warned he would do. And that's how we know they have no shame. We know they have no shame because Megyn Kelly turns up at a rally to speak alongside him, the same Megyn Kelly who he insulted and attacked when she was trying to interview him when he was running the first time round. Joe Rogan endorsed him for president. Joe Rogan, the same Joe Rogan who said he's a dangerous bastard. He's a dangerous guy who's undermining American democracy. He's got morons going and attacking the Capitol. We know they have no shame because they're the ones, Brian, as you say, who attacked him in 2021 after January 6th. And yet, a few years later, they all got behind him. They have no shame. Many of the base, many of the voters want a strong man. It's not like they want a better democracy. They actually prefer a strong man. They want a tyrant. They want a dictator to own the libs and to crack down on all the brown and black folks. That's just a reality.
Tell them what to do.
And separate to
Tell them
them,
how to think.
there's far too many liberals and centrists who have accepted American democracy and the way it works right now and not fought for reform. Joe Biden kicked a commission on Supreme Court reform into the long grass.
So is this the red mirage that happened last time?
When Democrats
and
should
that
be
this
leading
happened
the way
specifically
on Supreme Court
because
reform, on
of the way that
rebalancing
they
the
close
court.
polls? Because I really
we haven't
I'm starting to
seen
see a
the
trend.
efforts on filibuster reform in the Senate. We saw it very belated late in the day, not early on in the Biden presidency. I hope if Kamala Harris wins, the Democrats understand that just winning this one time is not enough through the skin of your teeth. You got to do stuff to make the American system more democratic. I see Republicans, Brian, saying if Democrats win, they're going to get rid of the filibuster. They're going to make Puerto Rico and DC states. They're going to pack the Supreme Court. And I'm like, don't promise me a good time.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Democrats were gonna do that
let's
stuff.
go.
They should
That
do
sounds
It's
awesome.
true. You're exactly right. They shouldn't be making the case in a stronger way than Democrats.
Oh,
that should
man.
be what we
Could you
go out on the
imagine
campaign trail and
by the
say,
end of-
look, these people in Washington,
So, like, by the end of a Harris presidency, could you imagine getting 2 more states
D.C.
in Puerto Rico and D.C.? That'd be
said,
freaking
Mehdi,
nuts.
I know that you have to go. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us this evening.
Thanks, Brian.
Talk to you soon.
Ah, lucky. All right.
Okay. Heading back over to our presidential map right here. Let's take a look at Georgia and see if we have any further results.
Where is he getting?
We have about 43% of the vote in Georgia
thus
far.
TDHQ. Okay.
Donald Trump leading about 10 points in Georgia right now. Let's see the population centers. We have about 55% of the vote in Fulton County. We have 0% of the vote in DeKalb. And just to give an indication of how important DeKalb is, we have about 377,000 votes remaining to be counted in DeKalb County, and that is where Joe Biden in 2020 took home 83% of the vote compared to Donald Trump's 15% of the vote. So a lot to keep an eye on out of DeKalb County. Fulton County, we are still looking at about 55% of the vote reporting thus far. Even within this 55%, we have Kamala Harris not meeting the benchmark that she needs to meet from Joe Biden's 2020 numbers. And of course, with a state as close as Georgia, we have to be meeting those benchmarks that have been set in 2020. Right. Georgia, of course, went for Joe Biden over Donald Trump by 0.2 of a point in the last election cycle, the closest of all the races.
Oh yeah, it's the famous 11,000 votes. I just need you to find me 11,000 votes.
Coming in Pennsylvania right now. So let's take a look over at Pennsylvania and see where we stand. We have 4% of the vote in right now. 11% reporting out of Bucks County, and Bucks County in 2020 was a close county. One of the few bellwether counties in PA, another one being Northampton, which is just north of it. We don't have any reporting results from Northampton right now, but heading back to Bucks County, right now with just 11% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is certainly leading the margin set by Donald Trump, but too many votes outstanding to be able to glean any accurate information from that thus far. Allegheny County, we are seeing
PA
blue
is
mirage
still
right now.
way
So
too early to call. All right.
Some tonight before having a couple of drinks. Emma also. I don't know if you guys did. But it really works well. Go to zbiotics.com/majority. Use the code majority at checkout.
Uh-oh.
Oh, whoa.
Guys!
John?
Guys! Ted Cruz!
Only 18%.
John?
Only 18%.
Oh, it's only 18% in.
I mean,
I'm doing all right. You know what? I need to calm down. I need to calm down. I was doing this before.
Now he's up.
Oh man.
18%, which is still.
That's significant.
Yeah, I mean, I feel good.
I mean, look,
good about that.
Sam, you called it today.
Well,
I mean,
listen, 18% in Texas. I wouldn't get too excited.
Emma's counting her winnings already.
Yeah. All right.
All right, let me just tell you the coupon code.
Yeah.
Let's go. There's got to be. They have to have the MSNBC coverage. This is so weird. Like, I hate this. I'm sorry. I really do, but all right. We need them to go faster so we can calm down a little bit. Because I'll tell you what, my anxiety is getting a little bad. It's oh, hey, Illinois is in. Here we go. All right, where we got? My county. That does not. We got 908 for Robert Kennedy. Oh, you know what? I think I know one of the people that voted for him. I'm pretty sure. We'll see. All right. Tennessee, here we go. Oh, man. You'd think with all the transplants that this would change a little bit, but I don't know. I kind of feel like the transplants are starting to also change their political views. Damn it! Texas went red again. See, I was getting way too excited. Now, that's all right. I know I'm doing a lot of jumping tonight. Sorry. I need to stop apologizing. I'm doing this my way. It's my stream. 35 to 95. Oh, no. Really? Slacking. Hey. Okay. So it looks like... Sorry, I'm getting also updates from text message right now. My friend just said that they are closing the polls by, like, right by us. So was it 7:22? That means that all right. If we're going based on what a lot of these other pollsters and a lot of people were saying, we're going to have a bunch of lines that are going to keep polls open later than usual. Plus, I know about like the whole Russian thing in Georgia. So in Georgia, there was a situation where there were some Russian douchebags, for lack of a better term, that called in bomb threats, and they tried to upend the election with it. And yeah, you know what? They would have succeeded too if not for them pesky kids. All right, too chill. Let's go back. We're all hitting this point.
Sedge report that Matt Gaetz has won re-election.
Oh, damn it.
Some good news to counter that Matt Gaetz news is that a Georgia court has extended voting hours for 6 DeKalb County polling sites in Atlanta that received bomb threats.
Yeah.
So good news out of Georgia.
Nothing else? Okay.
What the fuck is taking New York so long to get any results? Man, you really are. I know my audience leans young. I can't make jokes. I can't every time be like, wow, you don't know how this works.
2 hours at 8 different colleges in Wisconsin, and of course to ensure that people stay in line. They're sending some folks out to the campuses to ensure that the kids stay in line if they're in line right now. Paul Rudd is going to Pennsylvania. Others are FaceTiming in, including Jennifer Gardner FaceTiming into Villanova, Josh Gad to Lehigh, Mark Cuban to UNC Charlotte, and Demi Lovato to University of Nevada at Las Vegas. Let's head back to a couple of House races in Virginia. We are looking at Virginia's 2nd Only
Okay.
23% of the vote reporting thus far, but this is a race that we're going to keep a close eye on. And also, 7th congressional district, Eugene Vindman is still running ahead of, Eugene Vindman is still running ahead of Abigail Spanberger's numbers in 2022. So again, small numbers there. We can't extrapolate too much from that, but so far, so good out of Virginia. And of course, back to the 2nd congressional district.
Where was
a little too the
Manchin
numbers are
from?
too small
Crap.
to glean much
Joe
from right
Manchin.
now with,
He was he
over a
Virginia or
quarter of a
West
million
Virginia?
votes remaining.
Can't remember. West Virginia. Crap.
We have had other races get called. Let's see.
All right, here we go.
The Electoral College, as it stands right now, is composed entirely of safe red and blue states. So for Trump, we have Florida, South Carolina, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Oklahoma, and Missouri.
So,
for Kamala Harris,
continue to be on pins and needles.
Washington,
Great.
D.C., Maryland,
Awesome,
Massachusetts,
guys.
Rhode Island.
Why can't the
Vermont.
swing states be the first ones? They really are just punishing us, like, with every little way that they can.
Wow. Some news out of Florida, according
here we go.
to...
Florida news.
I'm not sure which news outlet is reporting it, but it looks like Florida has rejected the right to include a right to abortion in the state's constitution.
Oh, no. What?
A surprising result out of Florida. Let's see if we have that result right now. So there it is. Florida has
Florida.
rejected the right to an abortion.
Oh, Florida.
Including that
Why you,
in
Florida?
the state constitution. I believe, did it have to reach a 60% threshold?
Sure you just
I believe it had to reach a 60% threshold.
Feel free to come into my chat, guys.
Yep. It needs a 60% threshold, and it just missed by 1.6%. So a bad result out of Florida, where again the right to reproductive freedom being on the ballot needed to win by 60%, and it only hit 58.4%. with 99% reporting. So bad news out of Florida for that abortion rights initiative.
That's beyond disappointing. I thought, oh man, so that doesn't look good for the marijuana referendum. Although, may not want abortion, but they want to get high. Come on, guys, make it one. Well, technically, I can get my stuff there. I'm medical. Make it easier. Come on.
I believe legalization was on the ballot as well, marijuana legalization, and that also failed to reach that 60% threshold. So a high bar to reach in Florida, and both abortion rights and legalization of marijuana have failed to reach the 60% threshold.
60%?
So pretty much no good news coming out of Florida this evening,
Guys,
but that was,
Florida...
I think, to be expected. So again, I would caution against extrapolating too much information
I'm disappointed
out of Florida
in you,
in terms of looking at the national
most of the time
environment
I'm
here.
disappointed in Florida. What am I talking about?
We are starting to get some votes
That's what happens
out of
when your state looks like a
Pennsylvania.
dick.
Looks like we only have 7% reporting. Some
Sorry
House races
if
that
you're
we're going to
from
look at
Florida.
out of PA
Oh, come on,
are
it does look like a dick.
Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district, for example. And we have 0% reporting thus far. Let's see what other House
Yeah,
races
see, this
we're
is the
gonna
weird
keep an eye
part
on
where you have
this
so many
evening.
districts that are still at 0.
Pennsylvania's 1st congressional district.
Oh, boy.
That's one that we're keeping an eye on. We're going to keep an eye on Pennsylvania's 8th congressional district. If we look at the historical comparison here, that is one that Democrats just barely held on to
All
in
right,
2022.
that was a good one. My wife just texted me.
And then
She's listening to
finally,
this live
Pennsylvania's 10th congressional
on the radio
district,
on her way home, and she was just like, apparently,
with 6% reporting,
marijuana
Democrats are
was
in the
not
lead, but
passed
Scott
in
Perry,
Florida,
who
and
won
what
by
state needs to get high more?
margin in 2022
this is true.
endangered right now in
they got all them
2024
hurricanes.
against
Come
Janelle
on.
Stenson. So we'll keep an eye on we'll keep an eye on all of these House races out of Pennsylvania. And of course, we're going to head back into Virginia.
My stomach
and see if
right
we have
now
any
is
update
intensifying.
with Virginia's 2nd congressional district. With 27% reporting, it doesn't look like we have much of an update there, but this is one that we are keeping an eye on. This is a Democratic target.
Florida
in the
used to
state
be
of
purple.
Virginia, we're also keeping an eye on Virginia's
Although, you know what?
7th congressional
Because I was
district,
looking
where
at the
Eugene
electoral
Vindman
maps, and
has
that's why
a
I was
5-point
bringing
lead
up
right now
Illinois.
over Derek Anderson, his Republican
Illinois,
challenger. This was a
what is
seat
it? Just
that was won
in
by
the
Abigail Spanberger
the
back in
first Bush
2022.
election was red. That's why, like, I don't know. I try to be very cautious with this kind of stuff because it could switch anyway, and that, yeah. But I was really thinking
this is
that
the Senate map as
Florida
it
was going
stands
to go
right now. As I
purple. I thought they were going to do legal weed.
Rick
I
Scott
thought that they were going
has
to codify abortion.
kept a hold of his seat in Florida, defeating Debbie Mukersell Powell. That was a hopeful pickup opportunity for
come
Democrats,
on.
but
Really?
With a 14-point margin, it looks like Rick Scott
Rick Scott, the zombie.
has
Yeah.
handily won that race. Also, Republicans win in Mississippi, retaining that seat. Democrats will win in Virginia, so that's some good news, as there was talk lately about Tim Kaine being a target for an offensive opportunity by Republicans. Tim Kaine holds on to his
Did you guys
seat by a
watch the
6-point
SNL?
margin, so good news out of the U.S.
They had
Senate
an SNL
in
bit.
Virginia. where
Election
Democrats
edition
were
was
able
pretty
to
funny with
fend
Tim
off
Kaine.
a potential flip
Just like,
by
he
Republicans.
was the vice
So that is some
presidential
good
nominee
news
for the
this
2016 election. Who is he?
Back to the presidential map here as we await some more results.
Wait a minute. Now I'm thinking about it. Does anybody remember Mitt Romney's vice presidential nominee? Although it was really funny, I was having a conversation recently.
On average, in favor
somebody
of
was just like,
Harris.
"Yeah, wait, what? Who was Obama's VP?" I was like, "Are you serious right now?" What? Like, you guys just kind of forgot where Joe Biden even came from? And mind you, this person's my age, so this made no sense. I understand if you're a bit younger and you don't know, but been having a lot of those conversations.
Again, just to
recently
caution,
with,
do
people in
not
their
read
20s.
too much into
Kinda
any of this
funny.
data. We are looking at very incomplete results, especially
Yeah.
in the battleground states. We'll likely be able to call, depending on how close it is, Georgia and North Carolina later this evening, but unlikely we'll be able to call races in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. So I would highly caution
Why
at
did my sister have
8:30
to
p.m.
move?
against reading too much into what's happening in a lot of these battleground states. We just do not have enough data yet to be able to make any informed decision here.
Wisconsin.
Now at 8:30, I believe we'll have some calls here that
Go
we
blue,
can make.
Wisconsin. Come on. Wisconsin needs to get legal weed on their ballot because I go to shows there and
they will
I
likely
don't like
be
crossing the border
coming
with
in shortly,
illegal weed.
but I believe
which
that New
is
Jersey's
so
ballots
whack because
our
they
polls are closed, so I
have a
believe we'll be able to
dispensary
call New Jersey
on the
shortly.
border, literally right on the border. You see, welcome to Gurney, and then boom. A miserable bunch in Florida. Yeah, I mean, is that just like the weather that does it to you? Because people always ask me that about, especially like wintertime. They're like, yeah,
Again,
maybe it's the
highly
weather.
recommend that
Yeah,
nobody
well,
draws too many conclusions from
you're on the coast of,
very incomplete vote totals that we have
Florida.
thus far.
Mold has to be
Here we go.
such
We
an
finally
issue in
have
Florida.
14% reporting, so again, not much to glean too much information from right here. I will say with regard to North
this is
Carolina
torture.
that the first votes that are going to be counted are going to be mail
Guys,
ballots.
Jill
so we will see
Stein.
blue heavy results, and then early in-person ballots are going to be tabulated after those polls close. So those are going to start coming in around now. And as those votes are continue to be counted, we will see a shift toward Republicans when those are joined with the Republican-heavy Election Day votes. So we are going to see blue-heavy votes first, and then shift toward the right.
So just had something pointed out to me. Jill Stein Remember? All right, I'm not sure if you guys watched my Jill Stein videos, which if you haven't, please do because they are great. I love ripping on Jill Stein. She was
with only
legit
6%
convinced that
there's
she
a few
could
counties that we're
she
going to
could
be keeping an
make
eye
a
out
huge
for. Again,
difference in this
6%
election.
isn't enough to tell us anything really, but basically at this point we want to make sure that Kamala Harris is beating the benchmarks set by Joe Biden, because Trump won this state in 2020, so she has to beat the benchmarks that were set by Joe Biden back then. So the counties that we're going to be taking,
I don't know.
keeping into account here
I don't think so. Unless
Mecklenburg County, which is where Charlotte is
Fulton
located,
County comes back
as well as Wake
completely
County,
blue.
which
I
is
don't
where,
think so. I don't think that that's going to happen.
Raleigh is located.
Yeah, there's a lot here. I'm gonna dip away from him for a quick minute. All right, so we're starting to see more come out, but oh, geez. All right,
Let's
now
go
we're
to
getting
the Senate map.
comprehensive.
We have no new calls as
Reports.
of right now for Decision Desk HQ. And as soon as we have those calls, we will make them.
0.5. Stein, 0.8. Okay. I mean, it's better than the 0.5
So here
that
is some
she
good
was getting
news.
on the
We
other
can
side.
announce that Josh Stein has won the gubernatorial race against Mark
there we go.
Robinson
That's
in
good.
North Carolina. Right now, with only 14% reporting, it is a pretty staggering defeat. A lot of votes still left to come in, but obviously a big enough margin
Yeah,
that,
how are they
that
already?
DBHQ
Okay. So that
felt comfortable making this call. So
Okay.
Josh Stein has
Who
defeated
am I to
Mark
judge?
Robinson
Who
in
might ask
North
too many
Carolina,
questions on how they
and Democrats will
consolidate
retain
their
the
information.
gubernatorial seat in that state. So that is some good news out of North Carolina. And I know a lot of you are just thinking, like, how do we even get to this point where Mark Robinson was able to gain 40% of the vote, 310,000 votes? And look, 5 million votes still remain to be counted in that state, but the fact that he has still got 40% of the vote in that state,
I'm not sure if that gives me a lot of confidence on how
a sad commentary
many votes
on,
they can
how
still
some folks
tabulate,
viewed some of
and
his,
they're comfortable calling
how
that. I
permissible
mean,
some of his rhetoric was. So this
North
is where we stand
Carolina.
right now. It looks like Phil Scott has retained his seat, a very popular Republican governor in Vermont. So he has retained his seat as well.
Interesting.
Heading back over to the presidential race. This is where we're at right now. I anticipate that we'll get some calls soon in states like New Jersey, for example. Heading over to Pennsylvania, 10% of the vote reporting. Not much we can read into PA with just 10% of the vote reporting right now.
this is not helping my anxiety. You guys want to check in with NBC real quick?
Let's head down to Georgia and see how things are
not
looking
NBC.
there.
Lean on that.
Still nothing from DeKalb County. Let's go to Fayette County. Donald Trump not meeting his number right now with about 90% of the vote in. He's not meeting his 2020 numbers. That is good news in this Atlanta suburb, this Republican Atlanta suburb. This is the suburb that he won by, 4, 5, 6, almost 7 points in 2020. Right now, he is just eking out 48.1 to 51.2 . So about 3
I'm not sure if I want to
points
put all of
between the
my
two.
eggs
So Kamala
in
Harris certainly closing
specifically
the gap,
the Georgia basket.
in this
I'd rather
crucial
keep them in the
county that I
PA
think can give us some
basket,
indication of what the rest of the state
oh, man.
hopefully looks like here. But good numbers out of Fayette County, where we have 89% of the vote already reporting right now.
Closer than I want it to be. No. No, I just
We've got
learned
82%
that,
reporting in Douglas
and
County.
I know this is
where
weird, but like the whole reason we worry is because we can't control it, right? So, but we seek it out. Apparently, we seek it
by a few
out.
percentage points. So some good news out of these high reporting counties in the Atlanta suburbs. This is exactly the kind of thing that we want to see out of Atlanta.
Yeah. But because of the bomb threats, this is going to take until like 10 p.m. my time. Oh, man. You guys had to go and make our nights longer. Thank you for that. Nah, not that I'm not having fun. I'm having a good time.
Look over at Cherokee County. Donald Trump had 68.8% of the vote in 2020. He's just eking out a higher number, but then again, so is Kamala Harris. So that is pretty much a
the
wash,
libertarian.
and that is an area
that
is an area where
didn't have
Democrats are
any
hoping
coverage
to gain.
nationally
so with 78%
at all.
of the vote in, we'll see how that does. Democrats are gaining by about a half a percent, but Donald Trump is as well. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Cherokee County out in Georgia here. But so far, numbers are looking good in Georgia. Again, I would caution not to read too much into it as it stands right now.
Okay, so I am going to go to AP real quick.
We have
she's
no results thus
starting to
far
gain
from
ground.
Iowa.
All right, here we go.
We'll be keeping a close eye on Iowa this evening.
This doesn't surprise me in the slightest. County, Lake
6%
County.
reporting
There we go.
out
McHenry
of
County.
Kansas.
Really?
Kamala Harris beating Joe Biden's numbers in 2020
Okay, so
by
Harris
about
up
3 points. Donald Trump
50%.
coming in short by about
48%.
So
That is actually really surprising to me. I'm not even going to
Shawnee
pretend
County, which
that
is where Topeka is, and we can look at Kansas City.
Dude, I didn't
and we
think
are
there
seeing
was a
just
chance.
about the same numbers
Weird.
as in
Okay, how about
2020.
Rockford?
So not a
Getting
lot
anything
of
there?
information
Oh,
that we
Winnebago?
can get right now. We look in as
Yeah,
we
this
await
didn't
some
surprise
more
me in the
numbers.
slightest.
0% reporting out in Wichita. Going back to North Carolina, we've got 21% of the vote in. We are still waiting for some of the vote here. Only 6% reporting
All right,
in Wake
let's take a
County.
look.
Let's look at what Joe Biden's numbers were in 2020. So, look, I anticipate, we know that there's going to be a bit of a blue mirage
go.
in North Carolina. So,
71%.
as we wait for
Are we actually
mail-in
getting
ballots
anything?
to be counted first, and then Republican-heavy Election Day ballots to come in, those numbers are obviously going to go down. But again, we're looking at 6% reporting, so no use in trying to read too much into any of these results.
Yeah, this is why we're not going to know until probably midday tomorrow to Thursday. Ugh. Realistically. Although earlier today, everybody's like, yeah, we're not going to know till Friday. You got a lot of people that are just straight up surprised by the fact that it's like, oh, yeah, look, these polls are closing early. And they, man, I got to give Kentucky some props. They had that counted fast. But I guess that's what you do when you just realize you're like, I don't think we matter in
called
this.
Illinois and New Jersey.
Here we go. Here we go.
Safe blue states. I anticipate that
yeah.
That those will be
Well, I'm not
called
leaving.
as well for Kamala Harris
That in the lake.
shortly on this map from Decision Desk HQ. As we approach 8:45, as we approach the 9 o'clock hour,
Here we go,
polls
here we
will
go.
close in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana,
Yeah. This is
Michigan,
gonna-
Minnesota, Nebraska,
Michigan,
New Mexico, New York,
Yeah, Michigan's
North
going to be a
Dakota,
big
South
one.
Dakota,
So
Texas,
let's wait
Wisconsin,
to look out for
and
Michigan
Wyoming.
because that's going to be
So
fun.
a lot coming up in the 9 o'clock Eastern hour to keep an eye on. So if you are watching right now, make sure you stick around because we're going to get a lot more results soon.
Yeah.
For those who are watching, if you want to support this live stream, the best way to do that is to hit the subscribe button
Oh yeah,
I don't do paid ads.
I need to start doing that. I'm not. I am so not good at doing that on my live streams.
Hit subscribe.
I always get reminded when somebody else does it. Yeah, hit that subscribe button if you're not already so. I swear, I'm a fun time. Also hit that like button. That really does help me in the algorithm. It's weird. When I first started this, I was a little uncomfortable doing that, but after I saw how the algorithm works, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I do got to be a little more beggy. But I do sincerely mean it when I ask, so that means anything to you guys.
Let's take a look at Michigan.
Yep, that's where I was going.
We have
that's kind of funny.
8% reporting right now.
Yeah, I wanted to refresh and then.
Not only is the presidential race important in this state, but we also have a Senate race in Michigan that we're going to be keeping an eye on, and that is where Alyssa Slotkin is running against Mike Rogers. Only 7% reporting right now, but this is going to be an especially close race.
Wow.
Joe Biden only won this seat by just over 2
Look at how many
percentage
people have
points
actually
in
cast their
2020,
ballots in Michigan,
it's going to be a close race between Alyssa Slotkin
3 million.
and Mike Rogers.
Holy crap. That's pretty significant. All right, what are we at in Illinois
Michigan,
as far as
I think will have
ballots
Republican-heavy
cast?
votes coming in first, and then we will see those numbers get more and more
Did you see that?
blue.
Check this out. Moderate Republican
localities will report
blue
before Democratic localities. So
it actually worked.
The small counties
kind of shows
will
that her
report. Those will
whole
be Republican-heavy,
focusing
and then
on
Democratic cities like Detroit,
disenfranchised
Grand
Republicans
Rapids,
is working.
and Ann Arbor will eventually get their votes in, and we'll see that go from a red mirage to the true vote. Whether Democrats have enough, obviously, will be the question here tonight.
Do you know how odd it is in this cycle that I have Dick Cheney and Joe Walsh, two people that I just absolutely despised. Although Joe Walsh has kind of come around.
This is the Senate as it stands
I don't know.
now.
Right
Democrats
around
with
COVID,
32,
he started
Republicans
surprising
with
me,
43.
and
All of
it's
the
funny.
swing
Joe
states
Walsh
remain to
is
be seen.
he was a local
Florida
politician
was
for
a
me,
hopeful pickup
and
opportunity
at
by
one of his
Democrats,
town
but Rick
halls, I
Scott was
actually
able
got
to
up and asked him a
secure his seat
question
by a
and
pretty
put him on the
sizable
spot. He got
margin
really mad at me.
of About 14 points. So no worry for Rick
wonder if
Scott
he'd
in
remember
Florida
that.
as that state continues to buck the national trend.
You remember
and
when
get
that
blue,
really annoying
redder and
stoner
redder
asked you a
every
question at
election
your town
cycle.
hall and you you started laughing and yeah, it was kind of funny. Oh man, here we go.
Back to the presidential race here. Let's see if we have an update out of Georgia. We've got 61% of the vote counted, and looks like we have some votes here from DeKalb County.
Here we go. Here we go. These are the important ones.
68% reporting from DeKalb County. Let's compare that to 2020. Joe Biden was able to get 83.1. Kamala sitting at 82.7. So right around where she needs to be. But we need, remember,
it's still not,
Biden won the state
that's
by
actually
2/10 of a vote. So we need to be
that's a
hitting
bad surprise
benchmarks
and
everywhere.
I
So
thought
this
it
is
was going to be
DeKalb
a little
County
bit
with
higher.
2/3 of the vote
I was
in.
expecting her to be at
We
least
go over
like
to
2 to 3
Fulton
points
County.
over
Kamala
Biden.
Harris is just about even with Joe Biden's benchmark in 2020.
Weird.
Clayton, just about even there as well.
Man, that's funny. Chase Oliver.
Douglas County.
Didn't see this coming.
Kamala just leading Joe Biden's number by about 3 percentage points. So this is the kind of results that we want to see.
Yeah.
Douglas County, obviously much smaller. We're talking about just 60,000 votes counted thus far, with 11,000 remaining. But these are the kind of numbers that Kamala Harris needs to hit.
With
to win
all
this
of the
race.
Republican support that we're gaining, as far as like the
Cobb
Democrats,
County,
where they're bringing
a
in
major
guys like Dick
population
Cheney.
center, Biden was able to win this
Do
by
you think
14
that that's
points
the
in
formation of the
2020.
next
Kamala
third party,
leading
like
by
the
about
purple party?
16 points right now.
Because it kind of seems like it is, where you got like the extremes of both sides pushing
in some of these
like
counties
the
right
moderates towards the center, and it's like the center's becoming its own party. I mean, that's just an objective observation. You know, like I was kind of noticing that there's a lot of, libs and Republicans that are just kind of
This is where it stands in Georgia right now. Remember, a lot of the population centers do not have all of their votes in. If we look at the votes remaining in Georgia, we can see It's all these population centers right around Atlanta, the Atlanta suburbs, Savannah, and Columbus, and Augusta. So good news for Democrats as we await a lot of these population centers
Savannah's such
votes
a nice
to come
place.
in, and that will continue to skew the results in
Cobblestones
Democrats'
are
favor.
hell on your
in
car,
that this
though.
is where Democrats live.
Update again. Don't cross the 101.
I don't know if I reported this before, but Kamala Harris has won the state of Virginia.
What?
Look at this. Look
What?
how close the state is right now. 49
No,
to
I didn't
48.
have.
Well,
I'll,
actually,
I'll
it's
be
only-
completely
it's only
honest. I
separated
was
by
giving
half a
up on
point.
Virginia.
If we look at the margin in 2020, this was a 10-point margin. So we saw 54% of the vote to be counted, but for Kamala Harris to hold on to the state,
I was
is good
already
news. The
thinking
race
that she was going to
has
lose
officially
Virginia
been
again.
Called for
Well,
Kamala Harris
again. I mean,
here,
I thought she was going to lose it specifically because
in Virginia. So good news
Trump
out of
was polling
Virginia.
so
Kamala
well.
Harris has won the state.
Poor Cornel West. 0.2. Well, he broke over that 0.1 though, so yeah, some people
Let's look at
supporting him, I
Texas
guess.
right now and see if we have any vote. Right now, with 54% of the vote reporting, Kamala trailing Donald Trump by
Watch just told me to stand
about
up.
4 percentage
Doing
points.
this for you.
Let's see where the votes are remaining right now. So some good news in that the vast majority of votes are still outstanding in the population centers: San Antonio, Austin,
Yeah.
Houston, Dallas,
Austin will
Lubbock,
be
and
interesting
El
to see how that
Paso.
goes.
So that is good news for Kamala Harris. If we look at these numbers, just adding these numbers up right here, which of
Yeah.
course I'm not able to do, but looks like we have at least a million, 1.3 outstanding, and going back to the live results.
Really?
That is okay for right now. I mean, Trump is leading by
Houston
300,000
still
votes, and there's still over a
comfortably
million
red there.
votes outstanding. So obviously, we will keep an eye on Texas. Let's look at the U.S. Senate race out of Texas and see where that stands right now. Colin Allred leading Ted
Okay,
Cruz.
we got some polls
50.8
closing.
to 47.2. See, this is interesting because it looks like Colin Allred may be running ahead of Kamala Harris in this race.
What?
So with 51% reporting, he's leading. And let's go back to the presidential race right now.
Wait, you mean? Oh, yeah, because he's doing better. Yeah, you got Republicans voting for Allred.
54% reporting.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people
so it
are
looks
calling.
like Colin Allred is running a few points ahead of Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
If you know anything about Ted Cruz, that should probably not surprise you.
Yeah.
But an
A
interesting,
lot of people are just sick of
interesting
him.
thing to keep an eye on right here as we await more results.
Oh, this will be
out of
so
Texas
cool if they get
from
rid of
the
Ted
Senate
Cruz.
race.
That
Of
is
course,
a
looking
face
back
I want out of
into,
American politics
into
so
2020,
badly.
This is a state that Donald Trump won over Joe Biden by about
Getting rid of Joe Manchin
5.5
and Kristen
points.
Sinema, though, so-
interesting to see
Well,
thus
the
far
way they
with
did
half
it
of the votes
sucks.
in, Colin Allred leading Ted Cruz in the state of Texas so far. Something that we will, of course, keep an eye on. Let's see if there's any races to watch out of Texas as far as the House is
Yeah,
concerned.
okay, MSNBC has only got Kamala to 30 and
Okay, here we go.
Trump at 105, which is weird considering here's the AP. Trump 101 to 71.
We're going to keep an eye on Texas's
Like,
15th congressional district.
are they
It
just
looks like,
withholding information
12%
until
in right now,
something
so
on their
not much
end
we
makes
can
more
glean
sense?
from
Because, like,
this
how the hell
race
does that work?
right here.
Oh, sorry. Keep bouncing away.
And it looks like the race has been called in New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. So New Hampshire has officially been called for Kamala Harris as she leads Donald Trump in that state with 33% reporting. So good news out of New Hampshire, which again was there were rumblings of that looking like something of a pickup opportunity for Republicans.
Really? At what point?
Going back to the U.S.
He didn't
Senate,
even.
it
I mean,
looks like no
okay.
new calls
I'm not going to
thus far.
pretend like he didn't campaign there, so that doesn't make any sense. Sentiments change. There really were more undecided voters this time than I wanted to give credit to. Oh, oof. It's not prepared for that.
Okay, let's take a look at the state of the Senate race in Maryland. Do we have this? Maryland, we have no reporting thus far. That's going to be a race to keep an eye out for as well.
There. Had to beg a little.
So as of 5 minutes to 9 Eastern, this is where it stands right now. No surprises thus far.
5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5
in this race,
minutes.
Other than for the U.S. Senate, a hopeful pickup opportunity for the Democrats was Debbie Mukersel Powell edging out Rick Scott. That obviously didn't come to pass, with Rick Scott handily
keep
winning that
reminding me.
race by a 14-point margin.
This is my least favorite way to smoke it. But it gets the job done.
Okay, let's take a look back at Virginia. Kamala Harris's race has been called. We are taking a look in the House race right now. I want to check out Virginia's 2nd and 7th. So this is a race that we're watching tonight. Eugene Vindman is still leading by 1.5 points over Derek Anderson in this close race. If we take a look at what this looked like back in 2022,
and this is the one I was just talking about with Joe Manchin.
Did win this seat, so the margin has closed a little bit
picked
since
this
then,
up,
but we still have about
that
26%
that was a
of the
seat
vote
that they
remaining, 93,000 votes
Democrats had
to go.
just felt like they lost. So
Looking back at congressional district number 2,
4 minutes until
Virginia's 2nd
Michigan.
congressional district, with only 31% reporting, it looks like Jennifer Kiggins, the incumbent, has a comfortable lead thus far over her Democratic challenger. So we'll keep an eye on both of these races out of Virginia. Let's see what other races we want to take a look at right now that can be kind of informative of the way that this election is going.
I mean, let's take a look at Cook County again, just real quick for my 66%. I mean, are we going to call Illinois soon?
So let's look at Michigan's 8th congressional
Because
district.
guys, look at this. 19 electoral votes immediately go to her when she wins Illinois. So
Nothing reporting yet. Okay.
keep going to that, sorry. I'm going to check in with Majority Report here in a little bit.
And let's look at North Carolina's 1st congressional district.
North Carolina. Yes. Okay.
Okay, this is a race that we're going to keep an eye on as well.
That's
a close race
big.
here.
That's
a pickup
big.
opportunity for Republicans where they're looking to unseat
family in
Don
that area.
Davis in the U.S. House. But with only 32% reporting, not much we can glean from this map so far. New Hampshire's 2nd congressional district. Let's take a look
Somebody
at
just
that.
told me to take a celebratory rip. All right, screw it.
Oh, I went to Vermont. I'm going to have a lot of angry New Hampshireites.
My chat's linked, by the way. Oh, they're not.
Okay, this race has been called for the Democrats, so that is good news here. This was a pickup
sorry.
opportunity for Republicans, so good news for Democrats in New Hampshire's 2nd congressional district. That race has been called for the Democrats.
Oh, it looks like New Hampshire kind of looks like
Here we
the
go.
symbiote's just like taking it over. Just blue.
All right, let's go back to the House map, see what else we should be looking at
Oh,
right
boy.
now.
Okay, so-
New Jersey's 7th.
I am very hesitant to be making any House or Senate predictions because they
Close race here with only 23%
all
of the
over the
vote
place
in.
tonight.
Democrats are
and
looking to unseat Thomas Keene. Right now, again, we don't have many
Altman.
of these votes
Come on.
in, but it looks like Only separated by 700 votes as it stands right now. We're still.
This is why everybody needs to vote. I cannot stipulate that more.
So we'll keep an eye on New Jersey's
races like this where you have 700, a differential between of 700.
I believe that
Lauren Boebert's another one that I just constantly remind people where it's like she won by like 300 votes
right now. Let's take a look at Ohio. Ohio's 9th and 13th.
All right, I'm going to pause him real quick. We're going to take a look at Decision Desk. Freaking stupid music, huh? That's how loud it is, too. Like, mine is so low. I know, like, I do that on purpose, but Lord almighty. All right. We got 99. Are they calling Illinois yet? No, they're not. Why would they? Can't. Hey, guys. Guys. Kansas. What's going on here? What? What? I didn't see that coming. Huh. Pennsylvania, please hold, please hold, please hold. Oh, please hold, PA. If this stays this way, oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, man, this is pins and needles for this. Because that's what we need. I'm not gonna be that guy though, because a few people were just like, "Yeah, what's Pennsylvania's been called? I'll probably call stream." I was just like, I'm not that confident, but I'll try to be here as long as I can without going completely crazy. But wait, did I hit play? Oh, of course not. Oh, the puppy! Guys, he brought his puppy on stream. I got my puppy on stream.
Let's head back to Georgia to see some Georgia results.
He just loves being here. He actually does. He's very sleepy. Let me get him a bed for in here, though. Here we go.
65% of the vote reporting, so we have 2/3 of the vote in Georgia.
Well, all right. Well, Michigan should be literally popping up here any second. Dan Osborne.
Let's see where the votes are still outstanding.
Oh,
you can see
he's
that
winning.
A lot of the votes
Dan Osborne's winning. I actually really like Dan Osborne. He's running as an independent, but he's technically a Dem.
Fulton County still 140,000 votes. DeKalb County still 120,000 votes.
Or 42.
Gwinnett County still 365,000 votes.
Not great.
And if you're looking how they're breaking right now, For 365,000 votes remaining, and Kamala Harris is winning 60 to 38.
I still can't believe this. Florida.
That is
Frickin'
it's
Florida.
good that those are the votes that are remaining. Just to give an
Okay.
idea of what it looked like, this is a county that Joe Biden won by 18 percentage points. So the fact that the vast majority of votes are remaining from Gwinnett County still bodes well for Kamala Harris, but only 17% reporting out of Gwinnett County.
It's still not enough. That's still not enough for me to even claim that I'm even
only
remotely
6%
comfortable.
reporting from Chatham County right now. If we look at how many votes are outstanding, we're at 130,000, and those votes broke in Biden's favor in 2020 by about 18.5 percentage points. So again, a lot of the places where we're waiting for votes are places where Democrats largely overperform. So we look at Augusta, that's Richmond County, where Democrats, Joe Biden won by 38 percentage points.
Again, what is
back
with
in
this Republican
2020.
count?
And if we look at
55 minutes until the
Columbus,
next one.
where Joe Biden overperformed, let's see, beat Donald Trump by
Oh, we got Trump
over 20
2024
points
in
there.
BTC's
And so we're
chat.
waiting for votes to come in from all of those places. So again, if we look at where the votes are remaining, these are all in areas that are going to be favorable to Kamala Harris and Democrats, especially Gwinnett County. I think that is the bastion where we have the most votes remaining right now, 365,000. And again, just to give an idea of where Gwinnett County
faster.
lands, that is where Kamala Harris is leading right now by about 22 points.
Can we not make me so nervous?
22 points, and by the
Colorado's
way,
starting to
that
come
is
in.
an overperformance from 2020, where Donald Trump trailed
She's
Joe Biden
got
by
76,
just 18.5.
77.6.
So
we got 52.
Still too close to call out of Georgia.
And Missouri.
How's everybody doing so far?
Kansas.
Everybody holding up?
All right,
Not
guys.
too
Does
much
anybody
panic?
know if Kansas
Nauseously
is
optimistic?
it a swing state? Is it? I thought Kansas was deep red. Yeah, it's literally that's a top search result right now. Is Kansas a red state? Yeah, it's strongly Republican and hasn't voted Democrat since 1964. What? Okay, I'm just... that just must be an early count. Yeah, me too. Let's... Come on, Wisconsin. Michigan.
For those who are worried,
7 percentage
do not
points.
worry. There's nothing to worry about
7
right now. The fact
percentage
is that we
points
don't
right
have
now.
enough numbers to make any accurate judgment one way or the other on how things are looking. We are still waiting on results
Mississippi,
from Georgia to be able to
guys,
make any
57%
sense of an accurate
to
prediction. We're waiting on results
40.7%.
from North Carolina, out of Pennsylvania,
Shock.
so do not worry about it
It's my
right
shock
now.
face.
We do not have enough votes to be able to panic. So,
Well, I mean, unless you're like me, who just lives in a constant state of panic. I'm like the Hulk with panic attacks, where it's I don't show it because I'm always panicking. That's my secret, Cap.
Fayette County is interesting because right now we've got 94% of the vote in. Trump won it 52.7 to 45.9 in 2020. Right now he's only garnering 51% of the vote. So he is missing his mark by 1.7%. Kamala Harris is overperforming Joe Biden by 2.3%. So that is a good result thus far in Fayette County, which is a bastion of Republican support, where Donald Trump needed to hit his numbers and needed to overperform Democrats, and he isn't doing that to the extent that he needs to. So some good news out of Georgia, where we have a high number of votes already returned. 4,800 votes still remaining, but some good news out of Georgia in that small county right there.
That is good news.
Let's head over to Michigan. We only have 10% reporting right now. Michigan, I should note, once those votes come in, we'll see a little bit of a red mirage. So we should see Michigan, Donald Trump take the lead shortly, and then that lead disappear as the votes come in the population centers. If you look to see where the votes are remaining right now, it is largely in Detroit and Grand Rapids. So that's Wayne and Macomb County. So we'll keep an eye on these counties right here: Wayne, Macomb, and Kent County.
There we go.
Again, for those who are just tuning in, if you'd like to support this live stream, the best way to do that is to hit the subscribe button. I don't do sponsorships or paid ads. I don't put any of my content behind a paywall. I never will. The only thing I would ask for is that if you're not yet subscribed, please hit the subscribe button.
I'm going to put a little bit of my content behind a paywall. I'm a smaller creator, man. Got to make my money somehow. Not too much of it, though. I most of the stuff that goes behind a paywall is just stuff that, honestly, it's just kind of, it would not vibe with the YouTube
okay,
TOS.
Let's take a look at the U.S. Senate and see if we have any updates or called races here.
Oh boy, here we go.
Nothing surprising so far. Some good news out of the U.S. Senate is that Tim Kaine in Virginia was able to hold on to his seat. That race has been called for the Democrats. That was looking like it would be a pickup opportunity, an offensive pickup opportunity for Republicans. That race has been called in favor of Tim Kaine out in Virginia. So some good news there. Not so good news down in Florida, where Democrats were hoping to pick off Rick Scott. And you can see here that his margin...
I am writing off Florida as a lost cause at this point. Okay, I think the world's doing that with the way that they produce hurricanes on them anyway. So
about 13
it's kind of funny. Like anytime that like something bad happens in a blue area, they're immediately like, God must be punishing
Florida,
you, but they never look at that. Where it's just like, well, I mean, we have had a lot of hurricanes recently. I'm not religious, but just saying.
Let's see if we have any updates on the gubernatorial maps. Nothing thus far. If you're just joining,
mean, we got the best news that we could have out of that. North Carolina is the best one. Yeah, Josh Stein. I mean, Mark Robinson.
Some scandals.
Can you guys believe he got 41 points?
Some things that he
Seriously,
posted on message boards,
after all these
some
scandals,
things that he just said out loud. Didn't even bother posting to message boards. So Josh Stein has been called
Nazi
for the gubernatorial race there, and that is a hold as far as North Carolina's gubernatorial seat is concerned.
Oh, man.
We can zoom out now to the presidential race and see if we have any updates here. So far, no updates on this front. We are also waiting for Nebraska's smaller districts to be called for the presidential race.
AP, come on, do your thing.
You can see
here we go.
Thus
yeah,
far
Nebraska. These are the two that he's talking about right here. And then I still can't believe Kansas is even light blue right now. That's insane. That's absolutely insane.
For those asking how it got to 194,
you know
this
what?
is the bastion of Republican support.
I'm done.
Look, none of these races
not
are
gonna.
surprises.
Okay, so these are going to switch. These two are going to switch because even Texas was doing a little bit of that. These two are going to switch.
North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas,
North Carolina's
Donald Trump. This is
all
shit. This is all completely unsurprising results thus far.
Yeah, North Carolina.
A lot of the states where Kamala's support resides is California, for example, with 54 electoral votes. That is going to immediately bump her half
these early tallies in Wisconsin are not good
right now. And Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii, we have
and
waiting
electoral
as well.
votes. Oh no!
And as soon as they call New Jersey, which I don't think is going to be too much longer, or the state of Connecticut, which I don't think is going to be too much longer, that will add to the vote totals also.
Minnesota, what's going on here? 61%?
Let's take a look at Virginia and see where we're standing right now.
With how many of the votes counted? 0%? Oh.
The votes remaining in Virginia continue to be the Atlanta suburbs, Savannah, Augusta, and Columbus.
Sorry,
so all
that
the Democratic
was
population centers.
I'm doing the thing where I see colors and I'm just like, oh no! Say it isn't so.
Let's see how
no.
Donald Trump is doing relative to the numbers. We don't have much of votes reporting there. Here we go. Overperformance in Heard County for Donald Trump.
I think I just did a mixed Bill Cosby, Jerry Lewis impression.
Votes here, about 5,000 votes. In this county. Another one for Key County. Some of these red counties are going to go redder, and some of what we hope the blue counties.
I think some of my audience gets that.
But all of that remains to be seen.
I don't know.
Clayton County, Kamala Harris is just trailing with 16% still left to count. So 18,000 votes left to count, just trailing Joe Biden's number in 2020. Same with Newton County, but only 41% are reporting right there.
I hate that we have to pay attention to these states every election cycle. Just be like, ugh.
Right
but
now.
you guys remember the last
Only
two where
6%
Iowa, for some reason,
Chatham
was
County.
one of those two? At least they got pushed out of that, where we didn't even take them seriously. They were like, you go red all the time. Who gives
Let's
a
see
shit
how
about
things
you?
are looking in North Carolina. Only 43% of the vote in North Carolina right now.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to freak out about that then.
So it is 9:15 right now. We should see some of these states get called shortly.
Once Illinois goes, oh my God, he's already at 177? Again, I mean, if this was a race, like Mario Kart wise, then it's like, yeah, okay. Well, I could see this being really, really bad, but
Let's look at Douglas
California's
County.
not even counted, which obviously, the West Coast, you know. What are they, 2 hours behind, 3 hours
So if
behind?
we look at Douglas County right now,
2.
95% of the vote reporting. Joe Biden had
Biden.
62% of the vote. Kamala Harris right now with 65.5% of the vote. Trump not meeting his numbers in Douglas County. So again, for a lot of these smaller counties that we've seen on the outskirts of Atlanta, where Donald Trump is beating his numbers, we're seeing some of the counties closer to Atlanta, Kamala Harris extend her lead over Joe Biden's lead in 2020. So that's what we expect to see to compensate for some of these rural districts getting even redder. But this is with 95% of the vote reporting. So this is a good overperformance thus far by Kamala Harris in Douglas County.
I mean, this is getting. I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. I'm very, very nervous. I don't know what to say. Like, this isn't as good as. Well, okay. So number one, I'm just gonna say that for anybody that was just like, yeah, it's gonna be blue sweep. I was just. What?
Some good news
There's
out of
hopium,
Georgia.
and then there's
Fani
just-
Willis
there's
has
copium.
won re-election in the state of Georgia.
Oh, that's good.
Thanks.
Wait, Fanny. Jeez. With how many reporting in?
Fani Willis winning re-election in the state of Georgia.
That's gonna piss Trump off. What do you mean Fannie Willis won?
I'm reading a projection that Democrats have won the Michigan Supreme Court race, flipping that court 5 liberal,
no kidding,
1 moderate, 1 conservative.
Is
So
gonna
that
go
is
any
some good
deeper
news
blue?
out of Michigan.
What are we at? As far 11%. 11% has been counted. Okay, so I've been taking these with a little bit more gusto than I think I should have, because yeah, even like here, check this out. There was one that was still at 0%. I think that was Wisconsin. Oh, no, they're at 3 now. Yeah, but I was freaking out. I was literally just like, whoa, no. I was ready to just call it. No, I'm gonna go bury my face in the pillow. So sad. But I'm not. I'm actually. Everything's good. We're all good. Right? Come on, guys. Ho, let's do this.
Again,
I mean, as much as I
do
want
not
to
read
focus
too much
on
into incomplete results.
Yeah.
I cannot say that enough. I know people are going to look at maps that seem overwhelmingly red and get worried. Just to give
All right,
some
real
background
quick.
here, Biden won Georgia in 2020 by
we go.
12,000 votes. Trump won North Carolina by just 75,000 votes. Biden won Pennsylvania by 82,000 votes. So a
yeah,
lot
Trump
left to be counted here.
with
I believe
94%
Biden won
reporting
Wisconsin by
in
20,000
has definitely won
votes.
Florida.
So a lot left to be
So-
counted, and with hundreds and hundreds of thousands
Probably
of
make
votes,
that call right here.
if not millions, we're looking at 1.6 million left in Georgia. The notion that we could determine who's going to be the winner right now is completely backwards. So a lot of
84%,
votes left to be
yeah.
counted. Do not worry or panic because of the results with 69% reporting.
Crap. Sorry, wish I could have better news.
First,
but I don't make it.
Votes out of Wisconsin, and
News.
just 3% reporting.
Yes.
This is a 50-50 state.
I beat him. I beat him to it.
So we'll head back to Wisconsin when we have more votes here.
Yeah. Pennsylvania.
22% reporting in
Ooh.
Pennsylvania.
Not
Not much we can determine from
Oh,
this.
man.
If we look at where the votes are remaining, it's probably most of the state, but especially around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. So a lot of votes left to be counted in Pennsylvania. 52% reporting in North Carolina. Votes remaining, Democratic population centers. Still 500,000 votes left in Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte.
Okay.
So if we look, for example, that is a county that Joe Biden won by over 30 points in 2020. So the fact that the vast majority of votes are still outstanding there is at least a sign of good news. There are 90% of votes still remaining. 90%. That's 500,000 votes still outstanding in Mecklenburg County, which is Charlotte, North Carolina. So we'll keep an eye on North Carolina there.
I didn't expect a sweep from anybody, so I don't know what to say.
Let's see if we have any Senate races called. We do. We have New Jersey Senate
here we
race
go.
has been called for Andy Kim.
All right.
So good news
That's
for
good.
Democrats. Held onto that seat that was previously held by Bob Menendez.
Oh, yeah. The crook. The Democratic crook.
Still no gubernatorial races called other than the ones that we've spoken about before.
Oh, Indiana. Indiana.
And this is where we stand right now. Not much we can determine from this map. A lot of votes left to be counted. None of the swing states have been called. In terms of, I know a lot of people are asking who's winning. No way to tell.
No way.
There is no way to tell.
I mean, Donald Trump will literally
he'll
probably get on Truth Social with that graphic right there. Just be like,
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania,
there's no way
Nevada,
that we
and
can
Arizona.
lose. If we're gonna lose, they're gonna steal it. Oh shit! He's the projected winner of Louisiana.
Let's take a look at the U.S. Senate race in Texas and see if we have any update there.
Damn it.
So it looks like Ted Cruz has taken the lead over Colin Allred, but there's still a third of the votes left to count. So we only have 64% of the votes in. There are still 4.3 million votes remaining.
Damn it.
And if we look at where
That's
the
way
votes
safer
are
than I thought it
remaining,
would be for him.
obviously
That
they are
sucks.
the Democratic population centers. We have
That-
500,000
that
votes
sucks.
left in Harris, which is
I'm not gonna lie, that's so disappointing.
right here, Houston, San Antonio, Texas, Dallas, Lubbock, and El Paso. So a lot of votes left to be counted there.
Again. Lost causes. It's the reason we get excited anytime we see something about to switch there. We're just like, is it really possible? No way.
Okay, it
Plus,
looks like
Ted
we
Cruz
have
is just
a
such
call.
an insufferable
Decision
dick.
Desk has called North Carolina for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has won the swing state of North Carolina. Just to give some comparison here, this is a state that he just eked out a victory, 50.1 to 48.7 in 2020. There's still 48% of the vote remaining, but Decision Desk HQ has called North Carolina for Donald Trump at this hour.
Screw it. I'll bring that up too.
And with it, it's 16 electoral votes. Remember, this is not necessary to Kamala Harris's path to victory. North Carolina is not required for Kamala Harris's path to victory, and Donald Trump did win it in 2020.
So the Republican states, I keep reiterating this, are just getting counted so much faster. Because you're about to see a boost.
I do want to point your attention toward some results so far in Georgia. So it looks like thus far, the Atlanta suburbs are shifting 4 to 7 points in Kamala Harris's favor. The rural suburbs, the rural counties are swinging 2 to 5 points toward Trump. So if you look at some of these margins here, where the vote totals are the highest at the top, so 91,000 votes in Paulding County, 4.5 points toward Kamala Harris. Columbia, a marginal shift toward Donald Trump, but the next few counties, Fayette, Douglas, Rockdale, Jackson, all pretty large suburbs of Atlanta, are shifting 4 points to the left, 3 points to the left.
Okay, so they're projecting Harris to win Rhode Island.
6.7,
Cool.
2.5. So these are good numbers so far for Kamala Harris out in Atlanta. The numbers that we're looking at right now are in Atlanta, so I'm going to switch over to Georgia. This is what we're looking at right now. So good news out of Georgia thus far. For people panicking over North Carolina, remember, Joe Biden did not win North Carolina in 2020. It is not required.
I wasn't panicking. It was just one. It was more so the fact that it even came up as a swing state.
Good margins that we're seeing out of these larger counties. Look, 4.5 points swing to the left in a county like Paulding, where it's 91,000 votes, with 95% in, is objectively good news there.
24%. We're only at 24% right now. That is just terrifying.
And again, the votes remaining, all Democratic population centers. Gwinnett, Henry, Chatham, DeKalb County.
It's DeKalb. That's so... It's spelled the same way, DeKalb County.
This is the map as it stands.
We actually have a DeKalb County, like, it's almost the next county over me. It's weird. We don't call it DeKalb County. Although it was funny.
I believe we are going to have
Trump
a call
was talking about
in the US
waiting
Senate
online
race.
today, and it was so funny how many people were like, does he mean like on the computer?
Texas
It's
for
like
Ted
they had never
Cruz.
heard
If
of
we look
an
right
East
now,
Coaster.
Ted Cruz's margin of over Colin Allred is about 6 points as it stands right
shit.
now. I know that
That's disappointing. That is very disappointing.
at least one network, Fox, has called Ted Cruz for the U.S. Senate in Texas.
Shit. I think I would too. Sorry. I'm doing this pretty much anytime I get news that I'm not exactly happy with. Like, all right. Calm me down. I want to get taken down to the
Let's see if we have
dark
any other
place.
Senate races that have been called. Still nothing right now out of the U.S. Senate that's any different than what we saw before.
Yeah. It's all right.
Let's see if we have any gubernatorial races that have been called. Still hanging on, waiting for some gubernatorial race results. By the way, in the U.S. Senate, we're waiting on results for Nebraska. Let's see if we have...
Dan Osborne is doing it.
20% reporting with Dan Osborne leading. This would be a huge upset if this is
No, that's crazy.
What we're going to see in the end, but still a lot of votes left to be counted. Let's see where those votes are remaining.
Yeah, let's not get too excited because I just made that mistake with the Texas race.
In Omaha and Lincoln. So let's see what the...
Let's see.
The breakdown right now
26%
is
in.
Dan Osborne is taking 62% of the vote right now
guys.
in Omaha and 64% of the vote right now in Lancaster County, which is where Lincoln, Nebraska is. So we'll keep an eye on what Dan Osborne, the independent, is doing out of Nebraska. And of course, Missouri, we're watching the Lucas Kuntz, Josh Hawley race right now, but there's only 14% reporting.
Chris Kuntz.
Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris. We can report that Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris. So that will add to her total now. She's at half of the electoral votes that Donald Trump is. Again, none of this is
Let's hope that Lauren Boebert is knocked the hell out of this. Boebert. Mike, crap. It was AP, right? Yeah. There we go. So we're getting some new information. Hold on. All right. So it looks like there's about to be a stall in Trump's electoral votes. All right. Crap. Okay. So
looks like Maryland voters added an abortion
does anybody
rights
know how
protection
Washington votes?
to the Constitution. Let's see if we can find that result right here.
I'm trying to find even a history on Washington. I can't. I'm guessing Washington, Oregon, and Oregon
right now.
And
so as soon as that comes in, we will bring that to you as well.
So Idaho is definitely going to go
and
red.
Let's look at the Senate race out of Maryland as well.
Here.
Okay, that race has been called for Angela Alsobrooke. So that's some good news out of Maryland. Larry Hogan, an extremely popular former governor of Maryland. So for Angela Alsobrooke to win that state is a big victory for Democrats there as they sought to wage some type of a pickup opportunity against Democrats in Maryland. So good news out of Maryland as far as the U.S.
No
Senate
information.
is concerned.
It gave me just as much information as I was getting before.
Missouri, where we are awaiting those results. There's also Senate races happening in Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania that we're going to keep an eye on for the rest of the night tonight.
I don't know. Is Washington a blue state? You would think so.
Just a quick note for those watching right now, if you're not yet subscribed to this channel and you want to stay on top of my coverage throughout the entirety of this week until the election is called in all of these races, the best way to support this channel is to subscribe.
We've got
I don't do
the blue
paid ads
wall
or sponsorships or anything like
Nevada,
that. All I would ask
California,
for is that you hit the subscribe
Oregon,
button
Washington,
to support my work and stay
then
on top
if
of these live
Arizona
streams until
swaps,
the entirety of the election is finished
New Mexico.
here. So go ahead and hit the subscribe button right here on the screen.
And then
it doesn't
Colorado.
cost you anything, but again, the best way to support my work
because
this
that
live
is
stream
going to
and the
boost
team that I
her
have,
electoral
with
college numbers here, and also that's without the 19 electoral count votes of Illinois. Oh no, there it is. Never mind. I take that back. They did call Illinois. Shit.
73% reporting in Georgia right now. Let's look at where the votes are remaining. all the Democratic strongholds, we are seeing the vast
Yeah, go
majority
figure.
of votes remaining in the Atlanta suburbs, where Kamala Harris is overperforming.
It's almost like they have more people there, guys.
And as well as Savannah, Augusta, and
Surprised.
Columbus. So still a lot of votes left to be counted. As I mentioned before, if we want to look at how the vote totals are comparing with
There's a little shift
2020,
there.
right now Kamala Harris is seeing swings to the left of between 4 and 6 or 7 points in a lot of these suburbs of Atlanta. So Paulding County with 91,000 votes, 4.5 point swing to the left. Columbia County, 82,000 votes, just a pretty negligible.
All right, what the hell is
0.5 point
going on
swing
in
to the
Minnesota,
right.
guys?
But then Fayette, Douglas, Rockdale, and Jackson
I'm paying
all
attention to
swinging
this.
4
How many,
points
like,
to the left, 6 points to the left, 6.7
Here,
points
I'll show
to the
you
left,
guys.
2.3 points to the
look at
left.
this.
So these are the numbers that she needs to hit. And again, Georgia is
we're
going to
still
be a close race
0%
because this
counted?
is a race where,
What?
Joe Biden only
come
beat Donald Trump
on.
by
That-
0.2 of a point. in
Bobby
2020.
Kennedy?
But good news so
Oh,
far.
I didn't realize
on
he
these
was
numbers
there.
out of Georgia. We won't know anything
no.
until all of these ballots are
let's see what
counted.
that
We still
does.
have 1.4 million left
It's not
to
like
be counted.
it
And
really
remember,
swung
Biden
anything
only
in.
beat Trump by about 12,000 votes in Georgia in 2020. So not a lot that we can glean so far with the numbers that we have. Let's take a look out of Pennsylvania. Only 28% reporting so far.
This is the one that's
And
giving
the
me knots
votes
in my stomach.
remaining
I'm not even
are
going to
in the
pretend that it's
population
not.
center. So a lot of votes
am
remaining
so nervous
in
about Penn State,
Philadelphia,
like Pennsylvania
in
State right now.
Harrisburg, in Pittsburgh.
Ooh.
If we look at
It's making my
Pittsburgh, for
teeth chatter.
example, the historical comparison, Donald Trump and Joe Biden in 2020, Kamala Harris is right now exceeding those margins in Allegheny County. So
you
that
can
is
see
good
him.
news so far for
Find my
Democrats
chair.
with half of the votes counted there. Let's go to Philly. Kamala Harris with 22% reporting, so not much, but Kamala Harris is beating her margin there, so she is hitting the numbers she needs to hit. We go up to Bucks County. Kamala Harris
Bucks
is
County.
well overperforming, but again, not much we can read out of that because we're only 18% reporting. We go up to Northampton County. Again, 32% reporting, but Kamala Harris is far exceeding Joe Biden's number in 2020.
That's
so
good.
Something to
Okay.
keep an eye on out there.
That'll keep me,
And I believe Lehigh County, is that north? I don't think so. Let's see, where's Lehigh County? I'll get it eventually. I'll just hit every single county.
Just
until
gonna
I
hit every
finally
county. I knew it. I was doing the same thing. Okay.
There we go. We got Lehigh County. With only 18% reporting, Kamala
I'm
Harris
learning a lot
is
about,
running
local
9 points
counties,
ahead of
though.
Joe Biden. So, good news so far, but a lot left to be.
know a lot
to be
about
counted
Pennsylvania
out
by the end of this.
Pennsylvania.
What is going on? Man, I'm talking down my family right now. Calm down, guys. We're still very early on in the night. House 69 to 105. Down to 69. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna just... Alright. I gotta clear something up here, okay?
Let's talk about North Carolina for just a brief moment. I know people are upset about North Carolina. This was not part of Kamala Harris's path to victory. It wasn't part of Joe Biden's path to victory in 2020. This would have been
No, it would have just been a
gravy.
nice
so I wouldn't
pickup.
look too much into this.
Yeah,
in
but this is
terms
also
of
like why people were kind of freaking out
what
about
we're
the whole
seeing in
like
North Carolina. This is a
not,
state that Democrats have not won.
getting the
statewide
sweep
in
that they
a
were
long
seeing,
time. It has been
or that
several
they
election
wanted,
cycles.
you
I
know.
believe the last time we won North Carolina was 2008, if I'm not mistaken. So it has been quite a while.
Man.
Right now, no surprises from this map. The only swing state that's gone in Donald Trump's favor is North Carolina. But again, just to caveat this was not part of Kamala Harris's path to victory.
Yeah, I'm trying not to be too cautiously I'm trying to be cautiously optimistic, not overly optimistic, because that is also, I mean, that's the replay of 2016. You know, like, I wasn't just optimistic, I was cocky. And that's why, like, it was so different. Like, I'll never forget that. I was watching Joe Rogan live with his little panel, and oh man, when they called that for Trump. And that's before he was a sycophant in any way, so he was just as shocked as the rest of us. We're like, what the hell? Like, what? This is happening? This is happening?
The House races, or let's take a look at the Senate map real quick and see see if we have any calls. So far, no interesting calls that we didn't expect or that we haven't spoken about before. The Senate, again, if you look at the win probability, the Republicans are likely to control the Senate because we did give up West Virginia, and it's going to be a close race in Montana and Ohio. So the pickup opportunities.
But if we can pick up Virginia, that'd be freaking awesome.
Has beat Debbie Mukersel.
I got to be honest, like I didn't even.
Let's go over to the gubernatorial map. Nothing thus far, other than to reiterate what we spoke about before, which is that Democrats have retained the gubernatorial seat in North Carolina. Josh Stein has defeated Mark Robinson, who got himself into a lot of trouble with some of the things he said on message boards and some of the things he said out loud in the last few weeks and months. So not a huge surprise there on the gubernatorial front. Heading into the House.
Okay.
It is a neck-and-neck race here. Let's look at some of these races out of Pennsylvania, for example. We're going to keep an eye on Pennsylvania's first congressional district.
Here. I can actually get a better reading on this over here.
Okay.
32%.
We're looking at the 7th congressional district here. This is a closely guarded district. We're looking at
what?
The 9th congressional district.
When you look at her campaign stops.
That on the list.
Dude.
Nope, I made that up.
That's all of these.
The 8th congressional district that we're keeping an eye on.
Wow.
Here we go.
I guess there is something to be said about really keeping up with that campaign stuff.
Is hanging on,
making sure that you hit those same spots. Which
historical comparison.
A lot of people were saying that's why Trump wasn't getting the repeat viewers.
And his margins from 2022. So that is some good news.
I'll have some funny content if
I believe it's
he loses,
PA 10.
but we'll see.
Where 40% of the
holding
vote
off on
is
that
reporting,
stuff.
so we still have 60% remaining, but right now Democrats are looking to unseat Scott Perry. That would be a huge flip in Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district.
Yeah.
Far-right Republican Scott Perry is right now fighting for his life out of Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district. So we will keep an eye on all of those races.
Steve Perry, no, Steve
PA.
Perry. Don't stop believing. Hold it to the I wasn't gonna do that to you guys.
And of course, let's head over to Maine's 2nd congressional district here.
Oh, okay, cool. He's covering the one I was gonna go look at. Damn it.
Only 2% reporting, but this is Jared Golden. He's somebody who's been able
2%,
to buck
but still
from his state and stay in office before. If you look at his
can't really
his race
glean
back
much from
in
2%,
2022,
so.
able to eke out a win by 4 points or 3.5 points, really.
Time is it?
So we'll
Oh,
look
my
for
Lord.
him to
All right, I have
maintain
to
those
pee.
margins, but only 2%
I'll be right
reporting
back.
out of Maine's 2nd congressional district.
Ugh. Hey, buddy, watch out. You want to go upstairs?
Let's head over to Michigan. The seats that we're looking at are Michigan's 7th congressional district, which has been, maybe that wasn't the right one. This doesn't look like much of a, oh, no. No, this isn't the right one. I'm trying to look for Alyssa Slotkin's district back in You would think that I would be. I probably missed it. Okay, well now that we've... Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong state. That's probably why. I meant to click on Michigan and I'm in Wisconsin. So let's go to Michigan here and go to Michigan's 7th Congressional District. And we have no call right now. Only 35% reporting. This is a district that Alyssa Slotkin held barely in 2022. So we'll check back on this one when we have more of the vote reporting here. Nothing reporting out of Michigan's 8th, which is another one that we're going to keep an eye on, as well as Michigan's 10th. And this is one that only has 4% reporting right now. So let's head back to the presidential race. And we will go to Georgia. %77% reporting. The votes remaining, of course, Savannah, Augusta, Columbus, and many of the counties around Atlanta, with I think the lion's share in Gwinnett County. To give you an idea of what that looks like in terms of results, Gwinnett County is going for Kamala Harris 60-38 thus far. That's only with 17% reporting. So good to have those votes still outstanding. This is the presidential map as it stands right now.
Damn that being human thing. Plus, that's powered electrolytes. So, which, by the way, they got this like high electrolyte Gatorade stuff that's essentially Pedialyte for adults.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Only
highly recommended.
33% reporting right now.
Free plug.
But if you look, the win probability is just about even, 51-49, and of course that's important because Pennsylvania is the tipping point state. So right now, it's just about even, but again, if anybody's looking for anything to cling on to for some sense of hope here, it is the fact that Kamala Harris has a 1-point probability lead over Donald Trump in the state of Pennsylvania. A lot of votes left to be counted, though. But if you look at where those
cross
votes
your fingers, cross
remain,
your toes, cross it all, guys. Let's go.
Philadelphia, and let's see where Harrisburg, how that's breaking. So that's breaking in Kamala's favor as well. So good news that the votes that are outstanding right now are largely in areas of the state where they are favoring Kamala Harris. And we take a look at Erie. 0 votes reporting from there, but that's going to be a very close county as well. Joe Biden only leading by a point in 2020. So a lot of votes left to be counted in Pennsylvania, but hopefully just by virtue of looking at where the votes are remaining in this state, that should give you at least some comfort as we head deeper and deeper into this process. For those just tuning in, this is what the presidential map looks like right now. Only swing state to go thus far is North Carolina, which was one of the 2 states that we expected to be called this evening.
I voted sicker.
This is not a state that Democrats have won in the past. This is not a state that Democrats have won in the last several cycles. The last time Democrats took North Carolina was 2008.
That's how bad this election is I voluntarily drank a shot of Malort.
The extent to which this state was a reach. The fact that it was on the list for Democrats was was a testament to how aggressive they were being in these last few weeks of this campaign, but not by any means necessary to win North Carolina if we want to win this race. Let's go to the Senate map right now and see if any races have been called. It looks like not. No races have been called since we looked at it last.
DDHQ, here we go.
Reproductive rights initiatives. Let's look here at Nebraska. We only have 12% reporting right now, but right now it is the right to an abortion is
that red
winning
mirage
on
thing
that ballot in Nebraska.
It's so real.
Then we head over to Missouri. Only 2% reporting.
I'm
so
not
much
trying
that
to
we
pretend
can
like
glean from there.
this is breaking news to anybody else but me.
Also,
but
that
I just
ballot
did see
failed
this.
in Florida. Florida has a 60% threshold, so you can see that they
can't
got
believe that,
56%
guys.
of the vote voted
Still
for
can't believe that.
a reproductive rights ballot. 56% still wasn't enough.
All right,
There is a
so
supermajority threshold, basically, where you need 60%
real quick,
to amend the state constitution, which of course is a form of
the legal weed thing with Florida. I'm wondering how much of that has to do with just going down ballot and the way that they worded their the actual amendment, because I accidentally voted against something that I wanted to vote in favor of, and it was for a small increase in taxes specifically for the conservation district, where I was like, ooh yeah, because just boring local news for me, that's something we kind of need. We've had some lead in our pipes, type of issues where I'd be more than willing to get rid of that. But at the same time, no new taxes. I am one of those guys. I'm blue, but man, once you start mentioning new taxes, especially being in Illinois, I'm like, no. We are taxed high enough, often enough. I'm totally good on saying no to new taxes. And also, I think that that's something that a lot of Democrats need to start running on, especially in like our little red district. So, but I will turn him back up.
Very helpful. And favorable additional late arriving mail ballots and long lines at the University of Michigan. So just a little bit of good news out in a few of these states here.
Here, let's take a look. Where are they at? Okay.
It is 9 minutes to the hour, almost 10 p.m., where we're going to see a raft of states close, including Idaho, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. I would not hold your breath for any result in Nevada tonight. Nevada may take several days to be able to count votes, depending on how close it is. I believe in 2020, we were literal days, if not close to a week, for Nevada to finally get all of its votes in.
Okay, I don't understand what's going on with this. Like, why isn't it blocking me from seeing... Oh, here it is. 14% of the votes counted. My bad. What do you guys think? Start worrying? Because it's electoral college count. Trying to be optimistic, but you know what? Here, let's just check in with them real quick.
For Z-Biotics.
Looking at
with... Well, Eli wants to know what the letters mean.
Oh, man.
Let's take a look at
I'm not sure if
Iowa
I can do
right
that
now.
because I want to drink now, too. Damn.
Only 19% reporting.
Which I should be. I really should be, but I'm being semi-responsible. Gonna have some Pepsis in a little bit.
Probably the vast majority of the state, with only 19% reporting.
I'm gonna close that out. There we go. Looks like they're having a great time, though, man. I wish I was there.
So a lot of these counties, these rural counties up here, 0% reporting, 0% reporting. So we will check back in with Iowa shortly. Heading back over to Georgia. 79% of the vote in. Still 1.1 million votes remaining.
Fuck.
This is a race that Joe Biden won by just 12,000 votes.
Guys,
in
this one
2020.
I can't. Georgia, why are you doing this? That's too close for me to be comfortable with.
Let's take a look at the blue wall states as they stand right now. So we'll start off with Wisconsin. Right now, Kamala Harris leading 51% to 47% with only 28% in. Head over to Michigan. Kamala Harris leading 51.9 to 46 with only 16% of the vote in. And of course, heading out to Pennsylvania, we're looking at Kamala leading 50.7 to 48.5 with 38% of the vote in. So that's a quick look at the blue wall. Just a reminder, if we are looking at the forecast here, if Kamala Harris is to win Wisconsin,
start doing it now.
Let's make a prediction here. If Kamala Harris is to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Anybody else got a little pit in their tummy?
Something happened to this map. What have I done to this map? Let's see. It should be 270. I think I flipped something somewhere. Let's refresh this map. Oh, I have forecast.
Whatever. You figure out your stuff there, BTC. I'm not panicking yet. Gotta get close though. Oh boy.
Oh, weird. 276. What else have I accidentally flipped? Here we go. Iowa. So just with these blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that would be enough to win the Electoral College for Kamala Harris. And then, of course, we're still waiting on results from Iowa, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. North Carolina has gone red for Donald Trump, so that is one state off of the board for Democrats. And that was a pickup opportunity, but it was not required for her path to victory. In fact, Joe Biden didn't win that state either in 2020. So let's head back to the live results
here. That sucks. Not that. I'm talking about the news. This is just an unfortunate.
We're still at 79% reporting out of Georgia. It is going to be a lot of counting left in Georgia. We have 1.1 million votes remaining. That's what the historical comparison looks like. Of course, it's not really too helpful right now because if you look at the votes remaining, they come from these Democratic population centers of where Savannah is, Augusta, Columbus, Atlanta, and Atlanta suburbs. If you look at the main county where the votes are still outstanding, it's Gwinnett. And to see how Kamala Harris is faring in Gwinnett, it is by a 22-point margin here. So the fact that there are still 365,000 votes remaining in a county where Kamala Harris is beating Donald Trump by 22 points is at least some welcome news for Democrats.
Just remember, it was 11,000 votes, right? I just need you to find 11,000.
Thank you, by the way, for everybody watching.
I know.
We've got about 100,000 people watching live right now, which is great.
Ow.
And a big thank you to Decision Desk HQ, which made this technology, this county-level tech, available for live streamers for the first time. So I know a lot of people don't have the ability to watch mainstream media, don't have the desire to watch mainstream media. So it's very cool that we now have the opportunity to be able to get accurate, up-to-the-minute information to everybody online on YouTube, where more people are watching anyway. With that said, just a quick note for those who are watching, if you want to support the stream, support my work, the best way to do that is to just hit the subscribe button. Doesn't cost you anything.
You can see.
It is, and I don't do paywalls or sponsorships on my channel, so that is the best way to support this stream.
Yeah, just a random. Hit subscribe if you're not already. And also, just a quick note. This is my very first live stream, guys. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, this is the very first live stream on YouTube. So welcome. I'm glad that you're all here with me. Technically doing a bunch more of these. This was kind of the big announcement time. I was going to do it more closer to the end of this, but figure why not top of the hour? You're hitting 9 o'clock, so big announcement. I'm starting my live streams. Now I'm going to be breaking them into 2 sections during the day because I do have a life that I also have to attend to. So I'm going to be doing probably 11 to 2, and then I'm going to show back up and do 5 to 8. So yeah, come and join me. It's going to be fun. Also, if you haven't already, like the stream. Yeah, show up and chat. I did get chat working because I didn't notice that I had disabled it for half the stream. So, oops. As I said, day 1. So literal day 1 shit.
Okay, so that is the update we have right now.
You can leave a tip
in
super thanks, or you could join my memberships. My memberships are like $1.99 a month. I'm much cheaper than most YouTubers.
Has just called a race, Utah for Donald Trump, so no surprise there. Montana as well called for Donald Trump. So none of these races are surprising, but it is now 10 o'clock Eastern, and we're looking at a few more races that have been called for Trump. Again, all safe Republican states, no surprises in any of these. As soon as we have any updates besides Montana and Utah, we'll bring them to you here. Let's head over to the U.S. Senate map. Utah's Senate race has, of course, been called for John Curtis before a single vote has been counted. No surprise there as well.
What?
Let's check in Nebraska.
How does that make any sense? Wait a minute.
And Dan Osborne is leading Deb Fischer. He is the independent candidate, leading Deb Fischer, 53 to 46. So we will, of course, keep a very close eye on that race. Let's see where the votes are remaining there. Overwhelmingly in Omaha and in Lincoln. So just to give you an idea for Lincoln, Nebraska, what the vote totals are like so far. Dan Osborne is leading Deb Fischer by about 30 points. Let's take a look at Omaha, Douglas County, leading Deb Fischer by about 17 points. And finally, Sarpy County leading Deb Fischer by about 9 points. So the fact that Dan Osborne is leading Deb Fischer in all 3 of these counties where the majority of votes are remaining is at least some welcome news. But of course, there are other counties out here in the middle of the state, and let's see how those are breaking. So smaller counties, but breaking in Deb Fischer's favor. We have no results here. So a lot left to be counted in the state of Nebraska here. We will keep an eye on that. Again, 39% reporting as Dan Osborne leads Deb Fischer with almost 600,000 votes left to be counted. Checking into Missouri, where Lucas Kunce
I'm gonna check into
Oregon
Oregon here.
off against Josh Hawley.
This is surprising.
Right now, with 23% reporting, Lucas is leading Hawley by
0%.
less than a point, or by about 1.1 points.
Okay, never mind.
So a lot of votes
Oregon
left to be counted there.
has 7,000 votes
left to be
for
counted
Trump
out
over
of Missouri.
2,000.
We will check in as soon as we have any updates with that one as well. The gubernatorial races, no calls thus far since the last time, other than, of course, the big one, which is Josh Stein defeating Mark Robinson, one of the more deplorable figures that I've ever seen. Josh Stein has defeated Mark Robinson after
the
Mark
Black
Robinson
Nazi
made himself out to be somehow
really
more
called
extreme
himself
than Donald Trump.
That's some balls on you, man.
Let's head over to the presidential map once more.
Here, I'm gonna check in
knowledge and
Bosch
everything
real
to do
quick.
with knowing how to yell at chat in a way that's funny and gets people to agree with you, rather than call you salty. Ooh, Philadelphia, Philadelphia, Philadelphia. Ooh,
Philadelphia.
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 You have work to do, Philadelphia.
You want to go to Philadelphia?
So Ohio polls were way off? In what way were they off?
I mean, it depends on how you were looking at them. Also, I mean, Ohio was never expected to go blue, so it's
Oh, hey, it changes. You said that on my
I'm
page.
gonna pop out
Yeah, I called
here. We're gonna go back.
What do we need to win?
We're gonna stick with BTC tonight. No need to jump around, dude.
Decision Desk
Bunch
HQ
of coverage.
Has called a race
He's
in
doing a good
Colorado.
job.
Lauren Boebert has won her
Damn
re-election in Colorado's 4th congressional district. So let's go to the House.
Crap. We still have to deal with
we can
her
head
ass.
Over to Colorado. Lauren Boebert has won.
It's already
re-election
a
in the 4th congressional district.
all
I don't know
right,
why it's not
that's
showing
super
up right
fucking
now,
disappointing.
But they have made that call, and Lauren Boebert will remain in Congress. She, of course, moved out of the 3rd congressional district to escape Adam Frisch, where she only won re-election by 534 votes in 2022, and went over to the more conservative 4th congressional district. We don't have results
God.
showing up right now, but that race has been called for Lauren Boebert in Colorado.
Guys, this is not good.
Of course, Kamala Harris has won the state of Colorado over
Look.
Donald Trump.
Just-
Worth pointing that out.
All right,
as well.
so yeah, this is what I was looking at.
So far,
Ugh.
with about half of the vote in, she's beating Joe Biden's margin by about half a point.
Oh crap! All right, I'm gonna start doomering just a wee bit. This is Pennsylvania. Come on, we need
In
that.
terms of reading into the win probability, I'm getting that question. I wouldn't focus on it too much. These races are going to be razor thin. There are still there are millions of votes left to be counted in the states. So at this point, I would just wait and see. There's really no point gleaning anything from win probabilities.
I'm gonna show us chat. Sorry. This is okay. She's taking Maryland. That's good. All right. Back to it. Shit. 79%.
For people who are worried about the Electoral College numbers, they are lopsided right now, but not bad. These are all exactly what we expected.
Yeah.
Look, remember, we're
I'm not
expecting
worried about that,
54
but this
right
is
off the bat
okay.
for California. When those come in, we have Oregon and Washington, which will go blue as well. New Mexico will go blue as well. So do not worry about the fact New Jersey's electoral votes and Connecticut's electoral votes are gonna bring
Philadelphia.
it right back
That's
up
what
to
he was
where
saying.
we expect it to be.
That's why.
Just take a little bit
Okay,
more
so
time
Philadelphia,
to
we're at
count these votes. All of
36%.
those states are safe blue.
Sorry,
So
here,
do
give me a
not
sec.
worry about the electoral vote differential right now. It's going to come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania,
There we are.
Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada.
Took my volume away. How dare you?
So those are the votes we're looking at. I'm not concerned about the fact that Trump is leading 220 to 108 in a bunch of safe red states. That's not really a concern at this moment.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you guys caught this when I was looking at. Oh, that is not Pennsylvania. Where's Pennsylvania? Oh, there we go. So I was looking at Pennsylvania here, and this is where we're at with Philadelphia. We got 36% counted. And then Montgomery County, 29%. Delaware County. Now here, Pittsburgh, man. I mean, these are all good numbers, but the fact that Pittsburgh's almost counted, and there's a few of these counties that Butler County, that's the one that he got shot.
Right now, only 24% of the votes being counted.
Westmoreland County.
And if we look at where these votes are,
Pennsylvania is the one that I'm watching the most tonight, guys. So
no point reading too much
hope
into
you
this right now. But
are on the
as
same
it stands
page.
right now. Oh, it looks like actually it's been called. Iowa has been called. So a miss from Ann Seltzer, who hasn't missed since 2004. The state of Iowa has been called for Donald Trump. So of course not on the pickup list for Donald Trump, but when the Ann Seltzer poll came out, that was kind of sent shockwaves through the zeitgeist here, because she hasn't been wrong since 2004, but clearly overstated the sport for Kamala Harris, as Donald Trump is leading about 49.9 to 48.8. There's still 76% of the vote in, but this race has been called for Donald Trump, and that is Iowa. Again, not part of Kamala Harris's path to victory.
Guys, wait. That's still a margin that can pop in and be like,
was wrong on
am I
a presidential
wrong?
poll, and she hasn't been wrong since 2004.
That seems, yeah.
So that is the map as it stands right now.
She's a human. Weird. Also, it's almost like, you guys gotta learn how to tame some of that overconfidence when you hear stuff like that. I don't know. Pollsters are also just unresponsive. What? Oh, are you serious? Oh, crap. I am having an internet issue. You know what? Let's back out of that. And then we'll go 270 to win. All right. I think we got it. Oh, no, we don't. For some reason, Google just went down. Oh, we're back.
Let's take a look at early Arizona numbers. 33% are reporting right now, and Kamala Harris up 50.7 to 48.5. Not much we can learn from this, with Maricopa County reporting about 56% of its votes, and that is where 70% of the votes in the state come from. Oh, I'm sorry, not, no, I'm thinking of Nevada. The majority of the votes come from Maricopa County, but not 70%. Okay, gonna go full screen on these results for a minute while I just stretch for the first time in 4 hours here.
Yeah,
so
I feel that.
Let's go full on these results. The map will update if we have any results, and I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Oh, this is terrifying. Did you guys hear that? Oh, nice. Way to go, BTC. He's the real champ here. All right. Let's get California, Oregon, Washington, and Nevada called here. Wisconsin, Michigan. Oh, my God. Don't do this to me. Don't. Shit, guys. That's not a good sign. Pennsylvania, man. Pennsylvania. Fucking Pennsylvania. Got 50% in. All right. Now, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna I gotta de-stress because that one put me in. Much better. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yep. All right. So Cruz won. Great. Oh man. Rick Scott. The House is also. What do we got? Probability 68%. Yeah. I'm moving to Canada. Yeah, no, you're not. I hate to say it. I mean, as much as I want to be that guy, or wish you could, but. Sorry, the win in my sales has kind of been knocked down a little. Yeah. Come on, PA. So, I don't know. All I can say is that I've been trying to mentally prepare just in case that she wasn't to win, kind of thing. But I'm not gonna throw in the towel. As much as I love to, at the first sign of an inconvenient piece of information. Pennsylvania is just one of them where I'm kind of. Wish I didn't put too much stake into it, but also that Iowa poll. Like, I put a lot. I hate to say it, I did. I was like, oh man, he could take or she could take Iowa, but what I don't understand is a bunch of these polls closing, and then they're calling these elections when there's still 30% of the vote to still be counted, and I see it within the margin of error. I mean, he won by what? It was 48%, and I was like, doesn't make much sense. But yeah, you know what? Whatever. Who else can we check in with real quick? Let's stick here. Trying to think, does anybody have, like, is there anything else that we were kind of like banking on? Because Wisconsin and Michigan still not coming in, you know, those are big, but I don't know, man. I'm gonna be completely honest, this 68% chance to win, that's not sitting well with me right now. Sorry, I'm just kind of staring off because that is getting very distracting. Yeah, also noticing people drop off. Cool. Yay. Go figure. Once I start coming in with some bad news, it's like, oh, this isn't good. Donald Trump overtook Kamala in the in Pennsylvania. These assholes right here. I'm going to be completely honest. That pisses me off. 16,000 votes. That does make a difference here. Actually, no. Not by that much. This is what, 16,000? Yeah, actually it does. It does. It definitely makes a little bit of a dent there. Oh, boy. Let's take a look at Michigan. %. Yeah. Oh, man. Guys, I'm starting to get a bad feeling. I don't like this. Yeah. Projected electoral votes, 280, 258. Fuck. This took a hard swing, because, yeah, when you look at this, I mean, 30%, and this is like her actual chances to win. That's not looking great, but also, if this doesn't shift a little bit in her favor, with more of the count, yeah, this could be bad. Yeah, because look, yeah, 52% coming in. Well, yeah, because if she doesn't win PA, then this is going to be really bad. I hate to say that we got that uphill battle, but what I don't like is how DDHQ right here is doing the chances thing, because I don't know where this is coming from. Is it just based on what they're seeing, like with the averages of these numbers? Because I don't know, that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. I don't know. I might be cautiously optimistic and pessimistic as well, because it's like BTC was saying, it's a lot easier to put that 68% chance when all of this has not been tallied yet. But I don't know if it's going based on the like the early indicators of like who's voted when. That could yeah, that could swing it. I don't know. Let's be real though. Let's have a little chat about this. About realistically what brought us here. Is it chauvinism? Because I hate to say it, man, this is something that we need to tackle a little bit more. And I also got to say, this does fall on women. Like, you got to call out the blatant chauvinism when your husbands are being dicks, when, you know, not enough people are standing up for this just blatant bro culture bullshit. You know, it's bad when even Megyn Kelly's getting on it. So I think that that's something that needs to be kind of reconciled with. I think that we also need to start just, I don't know. We definitely need to complain more. That's something that has done the left real well. So, sorry. I don't mean to attack my own, but fortunately, you know, there was a lot of the Gaza talk and just how that was going to impact people's votes. That made me think, like, yeah.
Back to the presidential map here.
Oh, he's back.
No new results. Let's head over to Georgia and see how it's looking so far. We've got 83% reporting. Right now, the win probability is in Trump's favor, as he leads 51.8 to 47.5. But if we look at where the votes are remaining, again, same story. It is largely the Atlanta suburbs, as well as Columbus, Savannah, and actually, it looks like Augusta might be fully counted here.
Yeah,
let's check out the live results in Augusta. 92% counted there. So that is one less county where Kamala needed to pull some votes out of. But of course, if we head over to Chatham County, which is where Savannah, Georgia is, we still have 88,000 votes to go.
Yeah, we can't blame Jill Stein for taking away all those
votes.
Head
over to Columbus.
Her whopping 133.
Same story about 24,000 votes to go, and she's leading 62-37. And then, of course, once we get into the blue cluster, that is the Atlanta suburbs.
You know what's funny?
Still a lot
I probably
of blue
had a
votes
large
remaining.
contingent of her followers in my
points.
comments.
DeKalb, she's leading by a healthy margin, 81.3 to 17. And let's see that comparison to where it was in 2020. So with 93% of the vote to go, she is not meeting the benchmark that was set by Joe Biden in 2020. She needs to get that number up to 83%, but 35,000 votes still remaining there. It looks like about a 2-point swing in Trump's favor in DeKalb County.
Really?
With that said, there are a lot of
That's actually kind of surprising. That's where he was
Atlanta
booked.
suburbs, for example, where she has made gains. So, for example, if we look at a lot of these suburbs here, we're looking at Paulding County, 91,000 votes, 4.5 points to the left. Fayette, Douglas, Rockdale, all swings to the left, 4.1 points, 6.3 points, 6.7 points. Jackson County, 2.3 points to the left. So we'll see if these numbers hold up, but still a lot of votes left to be counted in Georgia. Votes remaining. Let's go to live results here. We still have, let's go to statewide rather.
Sorry.
We still have
I got kind of caught up in it. I was like, wait, yeah, let's go. Here, just read it to me, Brian.
Remember, Joe Biden
Forgot
won
my job.
this state by
Right.
12,000 votes, so it is going to be close. You don't have to glean anything one
know
way
what
or
I'm
the
doing.
other from what we're looking at here.
Go to Pennsylvania, dude. Come on. I know you don't want to, but I have a feeling he's doing that because he doesn't want to lose viewers, because it's not great news. It's really not. 55%. Okay, this one. All right, what do we got? Let's do a quick math here. We got 1 million.
Back to the presidential map. Nothing new that we're waiting for here. Let's take a look at the blue wall states. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Plus
So first, taking a look at
17.
Wisconsin. Is this 99%
Yep.
reporting?
This would have made
No, I think
this
there
would have
is
made a
an
difference.
issue here. That doesn't seem
This would have made a difference, guys. Jill Stein sucks. I hate
This
Jill
seems to
Stein.
be glitchy in some respects.
There's very few people that I
not
could say that about. Oh boy, do I just, I can't stand her. Ugh, it's the worst.
Very strange. I think we have a little bit of a glitch happening in Wisconsin, because right now it's saying win probability is 50-50 with 0 votes remaining. So there's an issue in Wisconsin, but we'll come back to that. Let's go to Michigan. Statewide, Kamala Harris is leading 52-46. Only 23% of the vote is in right now. So still a lot of vote left to be counted, over 4 million ballots left. And taking a look at Pennsylvania, only half of the votes have been counted, and Trump is leading by just over 2 points. If we look at where the vote totals are remaining right now, largely Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Take a look at Erie County up in northwestern
There we go.
Pennsylvania. Let's look at the live results there. If we look at this compared to the 2020 race, with only 34% of the vote in, we can see that Kamala Harris is far exceeding the vote total that Joe Biden was able to take. So some good news out of a county like Erie, where right now she's running ahead. Of course, we'll see those numbers get a little bit closer as the election day vote continues to get counted. But so far, good signals out of Erie, Pennsylvania, and good signals considering the votes that are remaining right now are largely in Philadelphia, where she's leading 78-20.
Oh,
Let's
thank you
see
for that.
Comparison.
See,
how
he
that
has,
looked.
real quick, he
Joe
has
Biden.
access
So
to
she's not
something
hitting
that
the
I
numbers that she
don't.
needs.
Like, I don't have this. I was looking for it earlier, and I think it's behind a paywall, which doesn't surprise me. Like, I can, like, I get the normal website, but that update really
Curious to
just,
see why they haven't called New Jersey
that
yet.
helped me a little bit.
But I presume that will be
Okay,
called
my
pretty
heart
soon.
just, okay. Whew. All right. My hands
Still a lot
are
of
not
votes,
as clammy.
1.6 million votes left to be counted in New Jersey.
That was bad. Where are we at?
And we can check out the Senate races to see if there's been any calls in the U.S. Senate. Nothing since the last time we checked in. We're still waiting on Nebraska, for example. So let's look
we're still
at
waiting on
Nebraska,
these
where
blue
Dan
states to
Osborne
kind of
is
even all
still-
this stuff out.
Still leading Deb Fisher, 52.5 to 47.5. That is a 5-point lead.
Are we
over
just going to
the
be able to
incumbent
like
Republican senator? This is an independent candidate who's been
plan for these red
overperforming,
mirages
for the
now,
entire
where it's
evening.
like
So let's see where the votes are remaining. Largely in
it's going to be like
Omaha and
every
Lincoln,
year
which
if this
favor
is
him. So
how
if
it's
we
always
click
going to
on
be, where they close their
Omaha,
polls early.
He's leading 58 to 41. And if we go to Lincoln, he is leading 62 to 37. So if that's where the vast majority of votes are
All
remaining,
right. Now that's good
that
news.
favors Dan Osborne. But overall, in Nebraska, we still have 500,000 votes left to be
Yeah,
counted.
because they also had
So,
a pickup.
we will stay
Like,
on top
they had
of
a
that
one-seat
race as soon
pickup
as we
in the
have
Senate.
any updates.
Republicans.
Let's check in on Lucas Kuntz versus Josh Hawley in Missouri. Hawley has taken
Damn
the
it.
lead since the last time we checked in on this.
Why can't we
There's
just get
about
rid
a
of the
third
most
votes have been
reprehensible
counted, and
people?
Hawley's leading 50 to 47.4.
Ugh.
So not much we can glean from this here. If we look at where the votes are remaining, definitely within the Democratic
St.
population
Charles.
centers, but still a lot of votes left to be counted in this state. Over 2 million left to be counted.
Actually, you know
in
what's
Missouri.
important in Missouri? Judges. Vote every judge that is trying
Back to the
to
presidential
retain
race here.
their seat out.
It
Because
looks like there has been a call. Georgia has flipped to Trump. Decision Desk has called the race for Donald Trump in Georgia.
you get a double on that one.
Which seems very surprising to me. Georgia has been called for Donald Trump. That is true. Okay. So this is the map as it stands right now. I do want to reiterate that Kamala Harris has a path to victory. It is the blue wall. It is through Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But some bad news for Kamala Harris's campaign in that North Carolina, one swing state that her campaign was heavily focusing on, has been called for Donald Trump. And the other is Georgia, that, according to Decision Desk HQ, has been called for Donald Trump as well. There are 500,000 votes, 600,000 votes remaining, but Decision Desk has called this race in Georgia for Donald Trump.
All right. Let's check Pennsylvania on our end. Jesus. I wish I didn't do that. All right. Well, can't just ignore the bad information. We got to take it. You know what? If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. So, got to
So
take
this
it
is
in
the map
stride.
where it stands right now. Again, looking at Georgia, this race has been called by Decision Desk for Donald Trump. We are looking at still 630,000 votes remaining, but with 88% reporting, Decision Desk has called this race in Trump's favor.
Why would you say still love you? Like, what? Yeah, we're all like begging PA. We're all just like, please, please, PA.
Okay, so let's talk about the path to victory here. The path to victory remains the same, and that is through Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So let's keep an eye on those states right now. I'm not worried about the fact that most of the map is red. These are safe Republican states. At this point, we are looking at Wisconsin. We had a little bit of a glitch here before. Now it's been fixed. So there is, Trump is leading just by 0.4 of a point in Wisconsin, a 50-50 win probability. Really, with 1.55 million votes, it is anybody's game in Wisconsin. If we look at where the votes are remaining, Green Bay, Milwaukee, and Madison are the main population centers, and those perform well for Democrats.
That's a bit much, guys.
So that's the
this is a bit
situation
much.
right now in Wisconsin, a 50-50 race. Trump is only up by 0.4 of a point with 52% in. Heading over to Michigan, Kamala Harris leading 51.7 to 46.5. Again, right now, the important thing to note is that there is only 24% reporting, so a lot of votes left to be counted in Michigan. Anyone's game here as far as the winner is concerned. And finally, heading over to Pennsylvania. This is what it looks like right now. Trump leading 50.9 to 48.2. The win probability is just about even. There's still 3.1 million votes remaining. About half the votes left to be counted. If we look at where the votes are remaining here, the majority of them are in Philadelphia and the Philadelphia suburbs, as well as Pittsburgh. So we'll keep an eye on these races as they continue to play themselves out here.
Yeah, it's
But
57%.
really, the rest of the map is kind of inconsequential
Yeah.
at this point.
I mean, I'm just wondering,
her
are we
path
going
to
to see a
victory,
jump in
Kamala Harris's
Harris's
path to
favor
victory
again
is
and then
Wisconsin,
like see a
Michigan,
correction? But
and Pennsylvania.
I don't know. That
It's
seems
not entirely likely that we'll get results in any of those places tonight. So we'll keep an eye
that seems weird.
on what's going to
I'm gonna
happen
be honest.
In those blue wall states up in the Rust Belt, hopefully within the next few hours, but possibly within the next day.
So you know, I got to eat at some point, guys. Oh, shit. Nebraska's not looking good.
As we head toward 11 o'clock, we're waiting for the polls to close in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. So that's going to happen within the next 20 minutes. But again, all of our attention right now is going to be on the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
All right. I'll be right back. I need a Pepsi.
As far as Pennsylvania is concerned, CBS is reporting that Kamala needs to win 52% of the remaining vote to win in Pennsylvania, and they think that she'll win 54%. So, I know that our path to victory is narrow, but it certainly is winnable. Certainly is winnable at this point. Remember, Kamala Harris can also afford to lose Nevada and Arizona so long as she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Let's see how the results are looking right now in Arizona. With 53% of the vote, Kamala Harris is leading 49.8 to 49.4. So a very tight race in Arizona with Kamala Harris up almost half a point. About half the votes are in, 1.5 million votes remain. Going back to the U.S. Senate races, in Nebraska, 44% of the vote is in. Dan Osborne is holding on to his almost 5-point lead, 52.3 to 47.7. He is the independent candidate running against Republican incumbent Deb Fischer. So we'll come back to this, and we've got 500,000 votes left to be counted in Nebraska. Seeing how Lucas Kuntz is doing in Missouri against Josh Hawley. He is down about 5 points here, with only 37% reporting. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Hey, come on.
And of course, we have Senate races in Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Montana, as well as Nevada, Arizona, and Missouri to keep an eye on as well throughout this evening. So we'll keep an eye out for any updates as they're called from Decision Desk.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, Sam.
What's interesting is Decision Desk has called Georgia, but I don't believe any other network has called Georgia.
No, nobody else has. I was just upstairs and I checked that.
Let me know in the chat if you're seeing any other network having called Georgia, whether it's NBC, CBS, Fox. I'm just curious. Or AP.
You know what? I can check AP. No. 80. They did 80%. Or 88% reported in. No, they haven't called it.
So it sounds like MSNBC has called Georgia, but the other outlets have not. AP has not called it.
All right, guys, I need some positive vibes. Leave some hearts for my dogs in chat. Come on, look at him. He's looking right at you.
So interestingly, AP has not called Georgia. And I don't think, let me see.
You can't hear me, BTC? I thought we were doing this together. Ah.
And neither has NBC. So right now I'm going by the results that Decision Desk has, and they have called Georgia for Donald Trump.
I am turning his chat off because they are doomering
hard. The information that I have in front of me is that Georgia was called by Decision Desk.
Holy crap.
HQ.
Were you able to even see any of that?
But it is, let's see what the New York Times has done.
Yes, I have subscribed to that channel. Oh, he had more
they
no's,
have also
though.
not called Georgia,
that was me.
So.
Oh, no, that's why. He's being flooded with bots. Oh, this is the nice part about being a smaller streamer is, like, I get an occasional bot, but, they kind of ignore me. Pepsi. I think I can say what I got. I gotta.
So this is the map where it stands thus far as Decision Desk is concerned. Again, there is a little bit of disparity between other maps. I know AP, NBC, New York Times have not called Georgia. I also know that they haven't called North Carolina either.
It's the Red Mirage.
Decision Desk has called.
Guys,
neither has NBC.
Red Mirage.
Or
it really is
I
though.
I believe the AP.
Just remember, this is still that.
Called, yeah, the AP hasn't called it either. So Decision Desk HQ has called these races. So this is what we have right in front of me right now. But again, the path to victory has remained the path to victory all along, and that is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And I do expect that those will take a long time to count.
Oh, man, guys.
We may see, as far as Michigan is concerned.
Dude, he just farted. Oh. What are you doing? It's pointed right at me.
We may see votes come in the morning as late as 4 a.m.
Gross.
So we could see Michigan get called sometime very, very, very late this evening. And that is because we're going to be waiting for votes out of Detroit, Wayne County. And that's Michigan.
Okay, so
And if we
I'm
look
seeing
right
a few
now where the
things.
votes are
Hold on,
remaining,
real quick. I'm
right
seeing a few things in his chat where they're just like, "There's no blue wave. There's no blue wave. Oh, I can't believe it. I'm not gonna be able to sleep. There was no blue wave." That's selfish on you, and honestly, that's a little bit delusional. Like, there was no what, guys. Like, as much as I didn't want to believe that this was all 50-50, this is weird. I might have to admit that the polls got it right. Where, like, yeah, this was the closest freaking election we've ever seen. This is insane. Like,
Grand Rapids, Kent County.
but
She's exceeding.
you know, seeing Ann Seltzer be so wrong about Iowa, that is disheartening.
In the state of Michigan.
I like how somebody jumped with that. Yeah. Sorry, I have inconvenient information sometimes.
And then finally heading back to, let's see if we can get more information in terms of when we will see results from Wisconsin.
Yeah, when do those come out? Getting nervous. I'm starting to do my ticks. Oh no. I know, dude. I'm sorry. I
Let's
know
see what
you don't
we've
like
got
them.
right now. A little over half of the vote is in. Let's go to Waukesha County. So, Donald Trump not meeting his benchmark in Waukesha County yet. He is polling about 1.5 points below where he was in 2020.
Sorry, I shouldn't be breathing right into the mic. I'm getting nervous. All right, so let's take a look at his chat since y'all are being very quiet.
So Kamala Harris doing her job in Waukesha County right now. The margin that she needs to beat is plus 21 for Republicans, and right now she's at the margin that she needs to beat is plus 21 for Republicans. Right now, Republicans are at plus 19.
All right.
So a little bit of movement in favor of Kamala Harris here in Waukesha County.
Guys,
and on the flip side,
I hate to say it,
Donald
but
Trump
I might
exceeding
have to
his
go,
numbers that he needs in, I think it's Ozaukee County. I'm probably saying that wrong, but this is him overperforming in this county here. So again, it goes both ways, and it's gonna really come down to
more visible
what happens
There's
when the
blocking.
vast majority of these votes are counted. Right now, we are looking at 1.4 million votes remaining statewide. But Donald
Wait,
Trump
it should have been on my left to begin with.
just
It was bad luck.
tad bit above Kamala Harris, 0.7 of a point lead in the state of Wisconsin.
Fucked up.
We are waiting for votes to come in. A lot of these are in the population centers, Milwaukee,
Trying to get better about my
Madison,
swearing.
Green Bay.
At least I got some good vibe music, right? I mean, we could have all like the drama and like the dramatic boom, 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 boom. Like that's why they do that music on that MSNBC chart, which I hate it. I'm already getting looser. That Pepsi's working well. Whoa. Caffeine. Sorry, if you guys don't know YouTube TOS kind of stuff, then joke might be lost on you. So, but yeah, this is how I drink Pepsi. And I say Pepsi because Pepsi's better. That's gonna lose me a few subs. I guarantee it.
Okay, let's take a look at House races right now. I know that we have an update in Virginia, where we are looking at Virginia's 2nd congressional district. This has still not been called, but I think there is possibly a mistake. So Eugene Vindman's race, we've been able to hold that seat in Virginia's 7th congressional district that was previously held by Abigail Spanberger. This says 99% reporting, but it's not been called for Jennifer Kiggins, who is the incumbent. So I'm not sure if that's a mistake or if we're waiting for more results to come in, but it says 0 votes remaining. I think that might be a little bit off.
Excuse me.
Let's take a look at Arizona. Arizona, I believe it's the 1st congressional district. Yes, Arizona's 1st. So here we go. Let's see how we're doing on Arizona's 1st congressional district. 63% of the vote.
You ever get that feeling that your country,
looking at
you just
a slight lead
you're
and
not welcome in your own country.
Over
Starting to get that feeling.
Republican Senator David Schweikert. David
You see
Schweikert
that?
just barely
Look at
eked
this.
out a victory by 0.8 of a point in 2022,
God.
and right now
no.
trailing Amish Shah by a little
Gotta
over
be kidding me, man.
almost 2 points here in Arizona's 1st congressional district. Another one that we're
I mean,
taking
we might
a
need
look
to
at
actually reconcile with the fact that
is-
this country might be chauvinist as fuck.
Kristen Engel in Arizona's 6th congressional district, about half of the votes in, and she is leading, overperforming her 2022 performance thus far. So at this point, we are waiting for votes to be counted. We're waiting, and we have all eyes on the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Just a quick note for people who are tuning in who aren't yet subscribed to this channel. If you want to support this channel, the best way to do that is to hit the subscribe button. I don't do sponsorships or paid ads or anything like that. But the best way
Actually,
support my
to be
work
fair,
is just to hit the
if
subscribe
you guys
button,
aren't already
right here on the screen.
sub to his channel, Brian Tyler Cohen on YouTube. He's great, but stick with me. Come on. You love me. I love my coverage. Hey, thanks to that person that just subbed. I appreciate that. Hey, cheers. I'll be honest. I mean, that's the one thing. I've got like the media mentality now where I'm like, well, at least I got something. You guys can come to me and watch me complain all the time about it.
A result in the U.S. Senate in Ohio. The race, let's see, live results. Do we have the Senate results here? I am reading online. Bernie Moreno has unseated Sherrod Brown in Ohio.
Crap.
So that was a race that Democrats were absolutely looking to hold. That pretty much puts the U.S. Senate out of reach for Democrats. Actually, it puts the U.S. Senate out of reach for Democrats.
This is going to
So
be a
the
long 4
probability,
years,
as you can
guys.
see, is 99%. It is all but a certainty that Republicans are going to take control of the U.S. Senate, having ousted Sherrod Brown in Ohio. That is a tough defeat.
Hey, the fun part is at least if we go into a recession, we can blame it on him.
In a state, by the way, that Trump won by 8 points. So the fact that Sherrod Brown kept this competitive in a state that has trended so far to the right is a testament to how effective he's been in that state. But look, Ohio has not been a good state for Democrats in several election cycles. And if we're seeing 8 or 9 point margins, let's see what the margin is in the presidential race in Ohio right now. Margin in the presidential race is more than 10 points. So this is 12 points in Trump's favor. That margin was smaller for Sherrod Brown, but not enough for him to hang on to his seat, with that margin being at about 4 points. So ran ahead of Kamala Harris, but not enough to retain his seat. The state of Ohio has been called for Bernie Moreno unseating Sherrod Brown in the U.S. Senate.
I'm about to get sloppy now, where it's just like, oh. Although, how funny would it be if, like, this election takes a fucking swing all of a sudden, where it's just like, no, Harris, hey, Pennsylvania. There we go. I mean, she made a little bit of a comeback. He lost his 1%. Come on, guys. Gotta have a little fun with this. Have fun. Don't get so doomer. Let's not do that, okay?
Let's go back to the presidential race here. Actually, let's go to see if there's any other updates in the Senate. Let's check in on Dan Osborne. His lead is shrinking as we approach the halfway mark, but he is still leading Deb Fischer, the incumbent Republican senator, by 3 points, 3.5 points here in Nebraska. Then looking over to Missouri, Josh Hawley, that race has been called. So Josh Hawley has defeated Lucas Kuntz, who ran an excellent campaign, and as good a campaign as one could possibly run in the state of Missouri. Josh Hawley has defeated Lucas Kuntz. That one hurts. Lucas is a good friend of mine. Has become a good friend of mine.
Again,
so
these are things.
This race again has been called for Josh Hawley.
Teaching
over
moments,
Lucas
people.
Kuntz
Teaching moments.
In the U.S. Senate. Again, a reach for Democrats and a reaching offensive opportunity. Not one that was expected to go Democrats' way, but one that Democrats remained relatively competitive in. Even just seeing the numbers right now.
Someone didn't like that.
Lucas is running about 7 points, not even 7 points, 6.5 points. If I've got my math correct, 5.
I'm not even kidding though. Like I'm trying to be like fair. But we need to take lessons from this. Like again, I hate the fact that people are just like, yeah, but we're so much more popular. It's like, no, you guys.
Half a point better than Kamala Harris in that race.
We really need to start learning.
Let's check
what the hell is going on in
the blue wall states.
But yeah, I don't know, man.
So we have 79% reporting.
62. We're fucked.
With Trump leading 62 to 36.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Remember that the votes remaining right now are largely in Democratic population centers like Green Bay, Milwaukee, and Madison. Counties that are overwhelmingly in Kamala Harris's favor. This is what it looks like with 55% of the vote in. Let's see how that compares with her 2020 numbers in Milwaukee. So she is right now underperforming those numbers, but as they continue to count mail ballots, they will hopefully fall heavier in her favor. Let's take a look at Madison, Dane County. She's almost at Joe Biden's number, but again, not quite, with 88% of the votes counted, not meeting the number she needs to meet in Dane right now. And if we look at Brown County, which is where Green Bay is, Trump is running ahead of his numbers, but only 36% of the vote is in right now. So this is what the state of Wisconsin looks like. We have only 60% reporting, with 1.3 million votes left to tally. Let's head out to Michigan right now. Kamala Harris leading 51.9 to 46.4. 31% of the votes reporting. So we still have plenty left to count in the state of Michigan. And if we look over to Detroit, where only 19% of the vote is in. And we see how that stacks up to the 2020 numbers. Right now, of course, that far exceeds it, but that's because we are looking at heavy mail ballots being counted first. And then, of course, Election Day ballots will skew more in Donald Trump's favor. So we'll keep an eye on Michigan right now.
All right, well, this is evening out a little bit. That's
And
nice.
finally, the last blue wall state, Pennsylvania. Trump leading 50.7 to 48.4.
Man,
2.5 million votes.
Sucks for him. He doesn't get to drink
And
on
we're looking at
camera.
where those votes remain, they're largely in Philadelphia,
At least I get to.
Pittsburgh. We have Erie up in the northwest corner. And let's see how
I mentioned
we're looking right
I
there.
laugh when I'm nervous,
in
right?
Erie. About half of the votes are in right now. And she is beating her numbers from 2020, Joe Biden's numbers from 2020, by about a little over 6 percentage points. So if those numbers hold, that obviously bodes well for Kamala Harris. But the big question is if they hold. Let's take a look at Harrisburg. Kamala Harris with about a little less than half the votes in. She's also exceeding Joe Biden's margins, which were 53 to 45, and right now she's running almost 60 to 39.
Okay. I mean, oh crap.
So let's take a look at the map. We have California has been called for Kamala Harris here, and Idaho has been called for Donald Trump. Again, a lot of these states are just safe states, exactly what we anticipated would happen, so no surprises here. At this point, we are still waiting for calls in swing states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, which I don't anticipate are going to happen anytime soon. But we're also waiting for calls in Nevada and Arizona, which I anticipate will take a few days.
Guys, this is the opportunity for Joe Biden to do one of the funniest things ever.
Let's take a look at Maine right now. Only 6% reporting in Maine.
You want to talk about Dark Brandon? Now's the time, buddy.
The House districts in Maine.
I mean, come on.
Only 2% reporting in Jared Golden's district.
Funniest
Only
part is
7,000
people are
votes in.
end
We're
up
waiting
like
for
really
350,000
upset with
votes
this
left to
decision
go.
because they think that this is good for the economy. Oh, I mean,
Well, let's take a look at Pennsylvania. A lot of competitive House races in Pennsylvania.
differences. I'm just hoping that
Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district, for
you
example.
know what.
Susie Wild is the incumbent.
Let's hope that
90% reporting, and
whatever they're
right
seeing,
now she is down
if they're right
in
hey,
that race. But
I mean,
37,000.
let's not be
votes
those
to
people
go.
that if the economy
If you
does
look at
improve, then
Pennsylvania's
you just shit on
8th
it.
Congressional
Like,
district. Matthew Cartwright seems to be holding on with 86%.
apparently, that's the only
incumbent,
thing that people actually give a
10th.
shit about. But 2 Supreme Court
Scott
justices
Perry is failing to meet the numbers that he needs thus far, but only 2/3 of the votes are in right now. So that is a rare glimmer of hope that Scott Perry, one of the more conservative members of the House, one of the most conservative members of the House, is currently trailing in his bid for re-election in Pennsylvania. Not even worth it to look at California because these votes will take probably a week before we see any certainty in terms of the updates here.
If
But this is the
we
map
lose
as it
all
stands
three,
right
though,
now.
then yeah, we're fucked.
Her path to victory is narrow, but certainly exists, and that is through the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So we're going to keep an eye on all of those states, and hopefully we get some update relatively soon. But again, looking at Wisconsin, 60% reporting. Looking at Michigan, we've got 30% reporting, and looking at Pennsylvania, we've got 67% reporting. So a lot of votes still left to count in all of these states. They are neck and neck, and we'll stay on top of them. As soon as we have any updates here, I'll bring them to you.
Yeah, when he doesn't have updates, I really don't have updates. So we can have a little bit of a conversation. So there's a few things that I just want to bring up. Number one, let's not doom her too hard.
Let's take a look at the U.S. Senate map.
Let's also not do the hopium thing, but like realistically,
we can say that Adam Schiff is officially the U.S. Senator from California.
There's a lot of,
Congratulations to Adam Schiff.
Oh my God, I just thought about how insufferable Piers Morgan's going to be if he does win.
We are still waiting on Nebraska as well.
I'm not going to be able to watch his content.
In a raft of swing states, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Montana, along with Dan Osborne's race, which about half reporting right now. Half of the state is reporting right now, so we still have 53% of the vote to go. 500,000 votes left to count in Nebraska. But this is what the Senate looks like. Republicans will have control of the U.S. Senate. In that it is likely going to be a situation where, let's see how the race looks right now in Montana. 5% reporting right now. Jon Tester in the fight of his life. He is trailing by about 11 points right now. About 10.5 points right now. But a lot of votes left to count. Only 5%.
Oh man, we're all getting sad. Well, I mean, I'll get sad tomorrow when I have to actually wake up with this. But oh boy, yeah. Thank God I have therapy. This sucks. I kind of saw it. Can I just share something with you guys? So my dog is
Virginia's house races. I'm being asked
13 and a half.
An update on Virginia's
she's
house
a yellow
races.
lab,
And
you know she's
second.
She's
and
a
seventh.
beautiful girl who I love. And
Virginia's
like,
second
she's the
congressional
best.
district.
But she's
like,
a little sick. You know, she's got a thyroid issue and Cushing's and.
Because
I don't know.
Let's see the other ones.
It's bad because like the more her health took a dive, I started kind of getting this like feeling where I'm like, oh no, this might be a whole thing where like the election takes its turn, then I have to, you know, do the thing with her, and it's like, yeah, you know, but.
Provisional or
I don't
ballots to
know.
be
Just seeing it that way too, where I'm like, oh, maybe you know what?
Going to the 7th congressional district.
Whatever.
Vindman, that was another one that we were keeping an eye on.
I'm gonna just be completely honest about it though. She was kind of sick before, where she like just like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, she was like bad, and I took her to the vet, and even the vet was like, she's lost a lot of weight and she's not doing too well. But then all of a sudden it was kind of like you gave her an antibiotic. She started eating a ton of food, which, I mean, she's a lab, so go figure. But, oh, man, she just like took a turn all of a sudden, like just
I know that some other
good turn where it was like, oh, she's back. Look at this again.
Like, that's the results that I have in front of me.
But yeah, that's why I bring it up. Where I'm like, oh, you know what? I really don't want Trump to win because I don't want to think that way. But also, I'm trying to prepare myself mentally so I don't literally have a mental breakdown. But thank you for listening to that. I appreciate it. But obviously, he is not a yellow lab, so he is a what kind of he's a foxhound of some kind. He's the same kind of foxhound that George Washington brought over. It's a pretty dog, right? You good boy. Good boy. Nobody left a heart for the good boy. I'm upset about that. Uh-oh. I'm out of Pepsi. Oh no. This is gonna be a long night. Alright, bear with me, guys. I do want to actually check in with the Majority Report to see how they're doing. Oh, come on!
Changing the... Brian, you there? Tyler!
Really? Oh.
In Georgia,
Never
I know
mind.
this race has been called by
Totally
Decision
bear
Desk
with.
HQ.
Oh,
Let's
come
see How
on!
many votes are remaining? We have 500,000 votes remaining here.
I just wanted to check in with somebody.
Many of them from Democratic population centers. I do want to flag that I know that AP, New York Times, and NBC have not called the race in Georgia. They've also not called the race in North Carolina. But right now I have the numbers that I'm going by in front of me, and so I'm going to use these numbers here.
Really? Fine. I can see why people are starting to dip out, where it's like, I'm done.
It looks like, let's check New Jersey's House races. We may have a call in New Jersey's House races. So New Jersey 7th. Yes. Tom Keene looks poised to defeat Susan Altman. I believe that that's been called on a different site. ABC News has projected that Tom Keene has defeated Susan Altman. DDHQ has not yet called that race. Let's go to some New York races here. I believe we have possibly an update in New York.
What sucks is I still need to eat dinner, and I'm not sure if I'm going to have an appetite after all this. You know what?
Okay. Nick LaLota was one of the Democrats that one of the Republicans that Democrats were looking to oust, has won re-election in his seat. He was a vulnerable Republican. You can see that he won by just a hair less than he won
That's
by
weird.
in 2020.
I remember feeling like this in 2020.
About 1/10 of a point.
Because we were like losing really bad, like right
York's
up until
fourth
about
congressional
midnight, and then all of a sudden, like this blue wave came. But I'm not looking for that. I'm not thinking that that's going to happen, but
He
it
is
could.
currently trailing by 4/10 of a vote in New York's 4th congressional district, with 76% of the vote.
You can bet that there's going to be
we'll
calls
keep
for
an eye on
recounts,
that
though.
one.
I guarantee you that.
Let's move over to New York's 17th. Mike Lawler currently beating Mondaire Jones. Mike Lawler unseated Sean Maloney, who was the head of the DCCC in 2022, in a surprise upset. Seems to have extended his lead quite a bit, but there's still 87,000 votes remaining in that race, only 76% reporting, so we will continue to keep an eye on that one. Moving over to New York's 19th congressional district, Josh Riley seems to be in good shape against Mark Molinaro, who is the current Republican incumbent House member in New York's 19th congressional district. About 3,000 votes remaining. 99% of the vote is in the 19th congressional district.
I mean, if this is
Heading
how...
over to the 22nd congressional district. The incumbent, Brandon Williams, is currently trailing with 87% of the vote. So some good results thus far in New York that we're going to keep an eye on as these votes continue to come in.
Well, yeah, but now let's be honest. We got to keep the House and
That's the state of
hope
the
that
House
we
right
retain
now.
the
Let's go
that we get the presidency. Like,
the
let's
US
come
Senate,
on, let's
see
be
if
honest.
We have any update there? Still no update on the U.S. Senate. A lot of races to watch, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Nebraska. Taking a quick look at Nebraska right now, we should be about halfway through. Still 47% of the vote. Let's refresh this, see if there's any change. Still 47% of the vote, just over 500,000 votes left to count, as Dan Osborne continues to lead Deb Fischer, the incumbent Republican senator, out in Nebraska.
Okay.
Let's go back to the presidential election right now. Still no races called in Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. I believe we do have a flip in Democrats' favor in the House.
That's fine.
Let's go to the House races here. And we can go to Alabama's 2nd congressional district. It doesn't look like it's updated here, but I do believe that's going to be a flip for the Democrats. NBC News has projected that Democrats win Alabama's 2nd House seat. So that isn't showing up yet, but I do anticipate that we will see that flip out of Alabama's 2nd. Right now, it doesn't look like we have any votes through Decision Desk HQ in Alabama right now.
Social media is definitely taking a turn. People are freaking the fuck out.
Okay. Still no update right now. We are just waiting for votes to be counted. So at this point,
sorry, that was a long time to like go without any talking. My bad.
Any updates, across the
getting used to the whole like this
here.
is my first stream, and I'm also
According to Jen O'Malley Dillon, who is Kamala Harris's
trying
campaign
to
manager,
keep my spirits up.
she said to Kamala Harris's staff, "quote As we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race, and we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue
crap,
wall state,
guys!
and we
I
feel good about what
I
we're
don't think
seeing.
Pennsylvania is
Tells me to
coming
get
back.
some rest tonight."
75%, 51. Ooh, I mean, I don't know. I'm also going to be completely honest about
Let's take a
all
look
these
back
sites
at these blue
and
wall
these
states and see how
aggregators.
Pennsylvania is looking.
I don't know.
74% of the
Like
vote
until it's over,
We're still waiting for a lot
until
of
it's
the vote
over,
to
it's
come
not
out of
over.
Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but we have 1.8 million votes to go.
But you know what?
229,000 of those are in Philadelphia, where Kamala Harris is leading, 77-21. Another 83,000 are in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, where Kamala Harris is leading by 20 points, 59-39. And of course, in the outskirts of those counties as well. Let's take a look at Northampton County, Pennsylvania. 84% reporting.
Yep.
And
It's even worse than I
to give you
thought.
an idea, that was a county that Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden. So we'll see what happens with these remaining 29,000 votes in Northampton County. I know there's still a lot of students, and there were hours-long lines at Lehigh University, which is in Northampton. Bucks County, only half of the votes are in. Kamala Harris is trailing Joe Biden's margin 49 to 51. So, but still winning Bucks County overall, but not the numbers that she needs to win as it relates to the 2020 margin.
All right, so
just a quick note for anybody who's watching right now, if you want to support this channel, I don't do sponsorships or paid ads or put my content behind a paywall. The best way to support this channel is to just hit the subscribe button. It is completely free to do so, and this way you can stay on top of the election coverage as I continue to cover this throughout the evening. So just hit the subscribe button if you are not yet subscribed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to pretend that I'm doing the hard work. I am having myself a nice little chill stream with some news and some cool people, some family. Honestly, one of the coolest things to come out of this is the fact that me and my family really reconnected through all this. So
I'm being told that yes, the New York Times did call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I know that was a disparity between the Decision Desk map and the New York Times.
Yeah, Decision Desk, I'm not gonna
North Carolina is in the
really
Trump
go based on that. Yeah, somebody just called a state with 9% of the vote in. I think there's gonna be some disparities here where we're like, what the fuck? We definitely gotta look into that. Yeah, we got that. Excuse me. All right. So, fucking Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Hey. Washington.
Let's see if we.
I was just asking about
some of these states like
you
New Jersey,
pieces of
for
shit.
example.
Sorry.
73% reporting. I wouldn't worry about this at all. We're just waiting for the votes to come in from
somebody
New
just
Jersey.
signed off
It
because they're
looks
from
like
Washington.
in the time since, Connecticut has been called for Kamala Harris, 51
Yeah,
to
great.
46. So that should bring those numbers up in the Electoral College. We're looking at 177 to 246 right now. I know that a number of outlets have not called Georgia, including the AP has not called Georgia.
Yeah, because they're responsible fucking
the New York
reporters.
Times has not called Georgia.
They're not going to call it until 100% of the votes
NBC
in,
has not called Georgia. I'm sure other outlets,
or at least
as well have not called
94% of the vote.
But
Like
we will,
where there's
but Decision
you
Desk HQ
can't
has
get
called
any
Georgia,
more
so that's the
votes
numbers
than
that
what
I
would
have in
make
front of me
them
right
win.
now. Obviously, if something changes, then we'll bring that to you as soon as we have it.
I mean, shocking. I can't believe he's doing this without music. Like, this is my music. I put this on, so if you're enjoying this stream, just remember who provided that. Actually, let's see who provided that. Echoing Embrace. Skyfi. It's a good one.
So at this point, it is going to be a lot of waiting for votes to be counted.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Wisconsin,
Okay, so
Michigan,
you guys want to
and
do something else? Ooh. Hey. All right. I got a fun game. Where is it?
And let's take
There
a
you go.
look at those results right now.
Oh, hell no. I'm not using that.
Heading back to Wisconsin. Right now, it's looking like 50.7 to 47.8, so about 3.1% difference, but only 2/3 of the votes have been counted so far. And if we look at where the votes are remaining,
Whoa!
it is largely
What the
in
hell?
Madison, Milwaukee, and
No!
Green Bay. Green Bay is actually beneficial to Trump.
Sorry.
If you look at the live results right now, how they're breaking in Trump's
There you go.
favor, 61 to 37. But if we look down at Milwaukee, that's a complete inverse of what we just saw out of Green Bay. So it's 66 to 31 in Kamala Harris's
Ooh,
favor.
risky.
And of course, Madison, another major population center,
No, screw it.
71 to 24. But
There you go.
if we're looking at
Hello.
the margins in
Oh,
2020,
wait, no.
she's not yet meeting
Yeah,
the
this is my
margin that
Streamlabs.
Joe Biden had in 2020 in
Damn
Dane
it.
County. And
All
that
right.
is
You can see my mistake.
75.7 right now. We're about 1.6 away from that. So she needs to hit those numbers that Joe Biden hit if she wants any chance of
All right.
winning this state.
Let's take a look, huh? This is on hard.
In Milwaukee,
Yeah, let's
she
do
is
it.
also not hitting the numbers that she needs to hit, but 56% of the vote in, and as mail ballots continue to get
let's
counted, those
turn that
numbers
off.
will go up and she will close the gap. What remains to be seen is whether she has enough votes to close the gap and hit those 2020 numbers.
Screw it. Keep it on.
Let's look at some other counties where there's some votes remaining. We've got Racine.
I'm not
County
doing this
here.
because I'm
Some
bored. I
results
actually
there.
just wanted to do this
About
because
78,000 results.
I need to think about
78,000
something else for a
votes
minute.
remaining, and Trump
So,
is winning 67 to 31.
if you got a helpful move,
compared to
then let me know.
2020. He is far exceeding, but only 24% of the vote in right now. So a lot of votes left to be counted in Racine County, Wisconsin. Let's move over to Michigan. Only 36% reporting. Kamala Harris is leading 49.9 to 48.4. Again, 2/3 of the vote still left to be counted out in Michigan. So we'll keep an eye on that. 3.4 million votes left to be counted. And finally, Pennsylvania, 75% of the results are in, but we are still waiting for almost 1.8 million votes. Trump is leading 51 to almost about 51 to
see where I made a
48 at this
mistake.
point. So that is the state of the presidential race as it stands right now.
Yeah, it's not great. So I'm like, I need to think about something else for a minute. Fuck. All right.
One thing I would say to people who are worried seeing this map, our path to victory
Damn it.
was always Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
There are
but
millions
it
of votes
doesn't
left to be
look
counted in
good.
states where the margin
I'm just
is
saying,
likely
it
gonna
doesn't
be
look good.
Tens of thousands, if not thousands. Of
I
votes.
am scared.
So do not be discouraged by the fact that we still
Hence,
have
scaredy bear.
That we don't have Georgia or North Carolina available on this map. Our path to victory, our easiest path to victory was always Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So a lot of votes left to be counted. Do not despair. Just hang on, and they will count the votes. We
I'm
should
not
have
gonna
some
despair.
results
Oh, shit.
within the next
Didn't
few
mean to do
hours,
that.
I presume.
I hate undoing. Damn it. It's like cheating, but not. But it is. Yeah, whatever. All right. Question is, do we blame pollsters for this whole situation? Like, who do we blame? Gotta blame somebody besides ourselves. Oh, getting close. Shit. I had a black 10 here, right? Pretty sure I did. Nope. Yep. I don't do that. Yep, there it is. Boom. Always like when I know what I have. I don't like this fucking election. The election, guys. The election has been just beyond infuriating. What else we got? Oh, come on. Really? We've kind of read 3. Shit.
Not seeing any updates right now. So at this point, I think what we're really waiting for is just any news and
I hate
and
when I
just
do
vote
that.
totals to continue going up. That's it.
Nobody help me with that. Come on.
At this point.
You guys like seeing me suffer, huh? All right,
One
cool.
thing that I would note
cool.
is that
I get how it
among,
is. It's all right.
Latinos in Michigan,
I understand.
it looks like we are seeing a 36-point swing in Donald Trump's favor from 4 years ago. Biden won Latinos in Michigan by 11 points.
Hey, you know
Donald
what?
Trump
Don't get
is now
overconfident,
winning
man.
them by, I believe, 25 points. That's right, 25
So never
points.
underestimate the power of
36-point
misogyny.
swing from 2020 in Michigan among Latinos.
But hey, whatever.
It does look like we
infuriating.
have an update. North Carolina Attorney General, some rare good news here. It looks like Jeff Jackson in North Carolina has defeated his Republican opponent. Jeff Jackson has defeated his Republican opponent in North Carolina. So that is some good news. That is Jeff Jackson defeating Dan Bishop in North Carolina as the North Carolina Attorney General.
Cool.
So far in the House, Democrats have won 5 seats where they were favored, including they flipped a seat in their direction in New York's 22nd congressional district. Republicans have won 6 seats where they were favored, including 3 flips, all of which were thanks to North Carolina's redistricting, which was an absolute debacle for Democrats as Republicans gerrymandered the hell out of that state. We still have 61 seats outstanding in the House, so a lot of votes left to go. Here's where we stand right now on the House. No clear majority. We need 218 for a majority,
hate to
and
say
right
it, I
now,
think I gotta
no clear winner in the House in terms of these races so far.
reset.
Heading back over to the U.S. Senate, still no change from earlier. We're waiting to see what happens in a raft of swing states, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and of course Nebraska, where we have exceeded the 50% threshold with 51% reporting. Dan Osborne is still holding on to his lead of 51% to 48.9%
nice.
in Nebraska. The independent candidate holding on to his lead against Republican incumbent Deb Fischer. Going to the gubernatorial map, no surprises here. Republicans hanging on to their Republican states. We have Phil Scott, very popular governor in Vermont, holding on to his seat. And of course, Kelly Ayotte in New Hampshire, holding on to her seat as well. And those races have been called for the Republicans there, so no surprises necessarily in these seats. I will note that, sorry, I clicked the wrong one here. I guess we don't. Oh, I'm in the gubernatorial elections. Let's go to the Senate. And we do have some good news in the Senate, where Angela Alsobrooks was able to fend off a challenge from Larry Hogan. 61% reporting. She's leading by 17 points. So she will fend off a very popular Republican governor who ran for the Senate in Maryland. Otherwise, again, we're waiting for a lot of races in the U.S. Senate, but I think at this point it's abundantly clear that Republicans will control the Senate, having won the Ohio seat where Bernie Moreno unseated Sherrod Brown, who has been able to hold on in a number of these elections.
I just can't win.
All right, going back to our presidential map here.
Speaking of path to victory.
Let's take a look back at the blue wall states. We have 71% reporting. I think that is the same as what we had before. Still almost 1 million ballots left outstanding in the state of Wisconsin, which is could go either way because that was a state that Democrats won in 2020 by, I believe, 12,000 votes, 0.6%. So it's going to be close, and we knew it was going to be close. Heading over to Michigan.
All right, finally.
Donald Trump leading by just under a point here. Only 39% of the vote reporting. One big story, obviously, is Dearborn, Michigan, where Donald Trump does seem to be overperforming. And that is in, let's find
why.
Wayne County.
Gee, I wonder why.
So it doesn't seem to be making a huge impact yet, but only 24% of the vote is counted thus far. Right now, she's exceeding Joe Biden's 2020 margin of 38.5 or 38 points. Right now, she's running higher than that. But I believe that Donald Trump is overperforming in Dearborn as voters kind of revolt against Biden-Harris with regards to their Israel-Gaza policy.
Yep, there it is. There it is. You know what? Here it is. And this is where I'm going to be very critical of you. If he does turn it into if he wipes out Gaza and he doubles down on it, just remember what you did. And do not fucking blame the left. Do not fucking blame Biden. Do not fucking blame Kamala Harris. You have yourself. You have Trump to blame. There you go. I'm just saying it. I'm fucking done with that shit. And I'm not playing nice with it. This is what you get. This is electoral politics. It's not a fucking game. Jesus Christ. How many people treat it like that, too? Where they're just like, oh, it's like another online protest. No, this is real life. But, okay. Bunch of fucking terminally online assholes.
We may have an update
as I finish up a 4-hour stream.
Presidential election, so let's go back to our national view here. I believe that soon we will see Washington called. There it is. Washington has been called for Kamala Harris, so now it is 189 to 246. I do want to note that the AP has not called Georgia, New York Times has not called Georgia, and CNN has not called Georgia, but Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia, and so that's what the disparity among this map with the other maps is the result of.
This is weird. Oddly positive music to be played for the end of democracy, but okay. Decision Desk, you've done nothing for me all night. Honestly, fucking Google, I gotta give them that. It's like, oh, nice, but damn, man.
Okay, just going to take a quick stretch break. I'll go full screen on the presidential map as it stands right now, and I will be back shortly.
Well, cool. I got 3 minutes until I want to hop off, so let's see. All right, actually, you know what? Well, I got this little positive music going. This is a good time for it. Now, we can doomer. We can think back to how we got here. He actually said it at the end there, though, and I kind of harped on it, which I can be pissed at the left. I can be pissed at anybody that's using Gaza as a wedge issue. I can be pissed at the Arab population for thinking that this is going to be he's a better choice for it. But you know what? The other thing is, this is something that a lot of people who are way too into politics need to learn, is that there is a normal, just average amount of people who look at the economy and that's all they give a fuck about. And then they say, hey, this is the person in power during such and such, whatever the hell. COVID, that is what won Joe Biden the election. Let's be honest. It wasn't Joe Biden who won that election. It was COVID. And the fact that Donald Trump did say, inject bleach into your arms. But because apparently our country has the memory of goldfish, and they also don't understand how inherited economies work. Also, if he actually does the tariff thing that he said he was going to do, which, let's be honest, this is where I'm trying to have a little hopium here, is specifically with applying what people the whole campaign promise thing. Let's be honest. How many campaign promises have actually gone through besides the build the wall thing, just because it became a fucking moniker? But hey, this time it wasn't a thing. But now, let's see what happens. I mean, let's see if I get fucking arrested, because I'm definitely an enemy of the people, according to him. So that'll be interesting to see. But I don't know. Let's hope that it's all hyperbole, but this is going to really fuck with the world if he does win. It's not going to make it a better place. And as somebody who's an ex-Christian, that whole Antichrist thing, that whole Revelation thing, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a lot. Honestly, I haven't thought about the religious part of this for a long time, where I'm just is this because a lot of Christians misunderstand the whole Antichrist thing, where they're like, oh, this is going to be somebody that the populace follows. It's no, you misread that. You guys are follow him. Putting your little mark of the beast on your foreheads. Whatever. But man, this is it is sad, but I don't know. It's only 10:41. Let's fingers crossed these magical fucking counties come in where you got a bunch of young people and people voting. But hey, man, let's just keep it real. Let's try and support each other. I don't know. Let's try not to doom her too hard, okay? That's my biggest thing, is let's not doom her too hard, because the whole doomer aspect of things, it really does kind of I think that it immediately it just makes your life so bad. So but
okay. But yeah, I mean, I think the whole tipping situation anyway right now is so weird.
I can't believe Philip DeFranco is actually doing live election coverage.
We have NBC.
Oh my god!
Yeah, so we have NBC.
He has 51,000 live viewers.
It's not seen as competitive, but Trump.
Oh, my two.
Now, you have it. Also, Jonathan's working on the one for the Emma thing too, and he's sent me previews of it. It's great. The Discord saw it. But yeah, I'm really glad I got to share the personal anecdote of why I did that.
I'm glad that you guys have stuck with me throughout this.
Because I wanted to celebrate Michael, and I wanted to celebrate the shoes that Emma has filled.
Scaredy Bear has done her job.
What y'all do a lot, and yeah.
Thank you.
Stay
Really
tuned.
appreciate your coming up, and also for the
song, which
It's
rocks.
great.
Yeah.
Thanks
Thank
so
you
much.
Good. Glad you like it.
And I think we can have time for, we got 4, 5 people standing there.
I mean,
Let's make it quick. Gotta be.
Get out.
Yes, gotta be quick, as it were.
Well, I have a few thoughts.
Okay.
Let's hear one.
What's your name? Where are you coming from?
Giuliano from Chelsea, Massachusetts.
From Chelsea.
I just typed something that I don't really
probably don't remember.
stand behind because I'm not entirely
Were you
drunk,
rude
but-
to me?
No, I was polite. But Sam, you gotta understand, I'm friggin' wasted, dude.
What's that? Oh, sure.
But
Hell yes!
I had
Sorry.
a couple of jokes planned, but honestly, shit is
Yeah, see, this is the only way that we can deal with this shit. Fuck
be real
it,
about
just
this, okay?
whatever.
No matter who wins, and it's not looking good, let's be real about that. No matter who wins, tomorrow is more important than today. We have to organize, we have to actually get out there and do things beyond just voting.
Yeah.
Because the Democrats
Well, that's
are
good
never
for
gonna
a
do
fucking drunk guy to
goddamn thing that we
pontificate
think they
on,
should
but
do
let's
because
be
they take our
honest,
votes for
this is
granted.
all right, I'm gonna call it. This contingent right here, this table right here, as much as I love them, I really do. I love all three of these people. This is Francesca Fiorentini, Emma Vigeland, and Sam Seder. I am viewers of all three of them. But the problem is, if the Arab vote did swing because of the Gaza thing, they have themselves to blame. They really do. And they realized that a little too late, where they started seeing a bunch of like internal polls, like they're fucking like presidential candidates. But they started seeing like polls where they were just like, oh, this actually is affecting it. So like right at the end there, they started changing the message where they were like, hey, you know, vote for Kamala, vote for the lesser of two evils because it's easier to fight her. Well, yeah, you know what? As somebody that has been trying to tell you guys, hey, you gotta meet people in the middle, because those centrists that you demonize, those the evil centrists, that's like 90% of the non-electorate. You do realize that a lot of people don't even... You ask them what their political affiliation is, and they'll look at you like you're an asshole. They don't know, and they don't want to tell you, and half the people didn't vote. You know, like, we have to kind of reconcile with the fact that there's a lot of people that just think like that. So, I don't know, man. Like, maybe this is because I actually, like... I had a job where I had to deal with a lot of people, and, you know, yeah, we had political assholes on the left and right, but, like, you know, out of my, like, friends even, where, you know, to get them politically active, it would take something that they actually, like, care about, and, you know, this is part of the problem. You know, it gets too personal, and people just kind of forget, but... Sorry. I hope that you're drinking with me, because Pepsi's. Drinking Pepsi's with me. YouTube TOS. So, what's up, YouTube? Oh, sorry. I should probably turn this back up.
Power, aspire to power. They just pursue power. And
I like how I'm ending this essentially getting drunk with the guy. Like, you ever seen that meme where it's the dude just eating with the ice cream cart?
So that
That's me right now.
It's
Just
not about learning for the next time. There's no other.
Oh,
option.
somebody just gave him 20 pounds.
You only go in this direction. It's not, and that's it. But thanks for the question. We got to go up to the next one. Appreciate it. We got to be quick because we got to get out of here in about.
You were not passed out drunk earlier. I thought you were a man passed out drunk earlier, but you're not. You're very cogent and sober.
Oh wow, damn.
Yeah,
fucked up.
I was confused for a second. I'm Sammy from Brooklyn.
Oh, I'm fucked up too.
Yeah. I just wanted
What
to.
did I do?
Before the question, I just wanted to say real quick that.
Nope. All right, cool. We're good. See, I can control things. Oh no, except for like where my screen is. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. There we go. And then let's do this. And let's do this. Bam. All right. Oh boy. Well, I wonder if MSNBC's gonna lose their collective shit all night. I mean, it seems like the Majority Report has... Well, this is part of the problem. I'm trying to, like, actually be fair here, where... You know... Yes, I have. 246, though. I mean, this sucks for Harris, though. This sucks for female candidates. I gotta be honest. Like, this sucks. This sucks, man. As a supporter of women, as somebody that honestly, like, has always had, like, the strongest people in their lives be women. This is messed up, but I don't know. I'm trying not to 2016 it, because 2016 was legit. Like, oh my god, it fucked with me, but oh yeah, it looks like they're win the Senate too. Jesus. Yeah, if they win all three and the country's still in the shitter, then But also if it's going well, fuck. Yeah. Then you gotta reconcile with that too. And this is the part about party politics that sucks. And also that whole but here, let's see. Michigan and Wisconsin and PA could turn theoretically. But 3 percentage points, I don't expect. You know what? Let's be fair. The college towns could surprise us here. So, oh my god, it's almost 11. Just realized I've been. Oh, look at that! Past 4 hours. Happy first stream, everybody! Woo! I hate the fact that I had to drink Pepsis on this one. I was really hoping, Oh god, I'm looking at something from 6 hours ago. The Momentum. Oh, wait. There's one person I want to check in with before I go, and you can leave if you want. I saw that nobody's really a fan. I get it. It's okay. We don't all have to like the same people.
Talk about abortion and the border, it's infuriating. Democrats? But the border is a policy issue from their perspective. And also, so is abortion. Like, a culture war, like, at that point, when you say those are culture war issues, it's more like, okay, then everything anyone talks about is a culture war issue, right? What about talking less on
obviously
guns?
I've done
They
all
barely
night.
talked about guns. Dude, Vosh, I trusted you and put so much money on Kamala. When all of my streams for months have been me saying it's a 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
Gambling's a sin anyway. You deserve this. Move over. Move. Sheesh.
How is he not drinking? Wait, where's my music? How does he not have music? See, you can call it a crutch. I call it something that I like having in the background. Background music's nice. I don't know. I do this in my like real life where I read books and I have on jazz and like I always
Seltzer
have
got that
on
pull
like
so wrong.
some good music
Seltzer
that I don't have to think
used
about
the
too
same
much.
methodology that she applied the past half dozen times she did that poll.
Yeah, the problem is people lying about their choices.
Does this mean Elon's going to be in government? If Donald Trump wins, then yes, you can look forward to him heading Doge.
Mm-hmm. Man, RFK heading our fucking health department.
How much of this is because of the assassination attempt? If there's anything that I can say to you with absolute confidence, it is that the assassination attempt has nothing to do with this outcome because nobody cares about it.
It's chauvinism.
I can tell you that with great confidence.
It's fucking chauvinism. I know you guys don't want to hear it. It's chauvinism. It really is.
Hopium? I don't like providing you guys outsourced hopium, considering the fact that Donald Trump is soon going to place a 20% tariff on it, but big picture, given the counties reporting so far in Wisconsin,
true.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, and the counties lagging / still to report, Harris is in
That's
good
what
shape to win
sucks
those
is
4
my
swing states and
fucking
finish
interest
with
rates are about to go up
281
because of that asshole.
Losing Georgia plus North Carolina would be irrelevant. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, you like that? You like hope when it comes from somebody else? But when I do it, when I say anything positive, people in chat are like, fuck you, Vosh, kill yourself, you're lying to appease us?
It's funny watching social media go, like, really confident with everything to just... Ah!
I only trust randos on Twitter. Many such cases. Man, my eyes hurt. Oh, man. Goat hurt, we got a lot of donations. But I see yours recently, so why not? Thank you for the $10. Remember to eat something, take a shower, or bathe, and stay hydrated. I know a nap's out of the question right now, but please do take care of yourselves. Don't
And I haven't peed in like 2 hours.
I'm drinking water. Are you? That's why I keep getting up to go to the bathroom. My body is a machine, and I keep it well oiled.
I love that thing, by the way. Yeah, not just a trend. Yeah, this is a good one.
It sucks seeing cities shifting so far to the right. Bosch is definitely off on the urban-rural divide. New York City, New Jersey, and Metro DC area shifted so far to the right.
Yeah. Again, reconciliation with what you think is popular. And also, like, yeah, all right, leftists, like, let's keep attacking each other. Let's keep having micro arguments over, like, things that
at least
people
Washington,
say about Palestine.
itself
Like,
shifted
it happens all
from
the fucking time to me.
Dems plus 87 to the also eye-watering Dems plus 88. Got that going for us, huh? That's a little something something, if I do say so myself. LA Times didn't endorse Kamala because of Gaza. Leaked emails show. I don't think that's true. I think that was just a claim made by an internal email. LA Times owner cites Gaza among reasons he decided not to endorse Harris or Trump. I think that's bullshit. I think that's his daughter might have cited that or provided that reason. This guy's a billionaire piece of shit. I don't think Gaza was one of the reasons.
Okay, but
also he's the owner. He shouldn't get to decide. It should be the editorial staff. When you get an endorsement from a newspaper, are you getting an endorsement from the editorial staff or are you getting it from the fucking owner? I thought you should be getting it from the fucking editorial staff.
Again, we're living in a dystopian fucking hellhole where every rich person is just gonna fucking do whatever the hell they want. Again, we keep creating this.
It was the editorial
somehow,
staff? No, it was the owner.
Somehow, our messaging never works, so...
Vosh, was chat dooming like this in 2020? Yes!
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes!
Yes, we were. You know what? As much as I like watching Vosh and also, you know, doomering in chat. They're just doomering in general about all this. Let's hope that Pennsylvania takes a turn, but I'm gonna just be completely honest. You know what? this was the election year where I saw it, with the people talking about Jill Stein, the way that I've had, like, because I started this YouTube channel, I have gotten to see it. I have gotten to see the very worst of the left. I've gotten to see the fucking people where if you don't agree with them, like, completely, then they will come after you, which is fucked up. And this is what you guys get. So, I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna go eat. I have realized that I have not done that in quite some time. I've been drinking Pepsis as well. So, well, let's hopefully come back to some better news tomorrow. But if I don't, then I kind of have an understanding of where I might be going with my content, because I'm not gonna go right wing. I am pretty consistent in my morals and where I stand, and that, you know, I just, for every asshole that has been in my comments in the last like month that was calling me like a centrist piece of shit, or saying that, you know, I don't understand Gazans or any of this shit. Again, I believe in not having any human suffering, as far as like no bombings, any of that. So yes, to a degree, I was in agreement with you. But then I had a bunch of people that were just like, oh, so you don't support like a Palestinian state? It's just like, and then somebody in my chat at one point was just like, you don't support Hamas? I was like, whoa, what? All right, don't wonder why you're gonna, you know, well, here it is. Here it is. This is the outcome of that. Also, the economy, like, for some reason, like, we got to be way better at being like, hey, the economy is pretty good, but you know what? Until things are fucking cheaper, yeah. But just remember, if they win the Senate and they win the presidency, you got to be fucking just as hard. Like, honestly, here's the wake-up call. This is the time to pull the Republican shit. This is the time to turn the media and be like, no. The economy bad because he bad. People don't listen because he bad. That's the kind of shit that we need to do. But I really appreciate you guys being here on my first live stream, even though it's been kind of a dour one. Holy shit. Like, I wasn't expecting it to end this way, but hey, I also went into this with very limited expectations, and the expectation that I wouldn't be going to the Pepsis and, you know, my scaredy bear, but yeah, whatever. But I sincerely do appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate everybody watching my